Chapter 849. Times Create Heroes. A Gentleman on the Beam _2. On the other side, the Wu family of 6 sat in the car. At that time, traffic management in Beijing was not as strict as in later years, so even if the car was overloaded, no one cared. The car sped quickly, sending dust flying everywhere. Sitting in the back seat, Xianxia frightened said, "Sister Xianxia, where are you taking us?" Anew smiled and said, "Don't worry, godmother. You'll know when we get there." Godmother? Xianxia was stunned. She thought Anew was just pretending, but even on the car, Anew still called her godmother. Anew continued, "Yenyun and I have a special connection. I also really like the 3 brothers, Wu Dalong, Erlong, and Xiaolong. Godfather and godmother, if you don't mind, I would like to be your goddaughter from now on." Wu Jinshu, not expecting Anew to say that, quickly said, "We don't mind at all, Sister Xianxia. I think your aunt and I haven't." Wu Jinshu hadn't even finished speaking when Anew said, "Since you don't mind, then from now on, you 2 are my godparents and Yenyun is my sister. Wu Dalong, Erlong, and Xiaolong are my brothers." "That's great. I like Sister Xianxia." Wu Dalong blurted out, "I like you too." Anew turned her gaze to Wu Yenyun and asked, "Yenyun, what do you think?" Wu Yenyun, sitting in the passenger seat, turned to Anew and said, "Sister Xianxia." She was truly grateful to Anew. If it hadn't been for Anew today, she would have had to marry Wu Chong. Anew smiled slightly. Soon, the car entered a community and beautifully swerved to stop in front of an apartment building. Anew had bought many houses in the urban area before, and this apartment building was one of her properties. The house was simply furnished, but it had everything from pots and pans. Before Anew was back in Beijing, they occasionally stayed here for a few days. "Godfather, godmother, someone comes regularly to clean here. Except for the utensils we've used, everything else is new. You can live here from now on," Anew said. "How could we possibly do that?" Wu Jinshu exclaimed. "Sister Xianxia, this is your house. How could we live here?" Anew, smiling, said, "Don't worry, godfather. It's not like I'm giving you this house for free. I'll charge you 10 yuan rent each month. Anyway, it's vacant otherwise. When you're later financially stable and want to buy a place, I can sell this apartment to you." Although Anew didn't care about this particular property, she knew Wu Jinshu and Xianxia were honest people who wouldn't accept her gift without cause. Hence, she proposed renting it to them. The apartment had 4 rooms and 2 living rooms, and with 2 bathrooms, there was plenty of space for everyone in the Wu family. Wu Jinshu looked around the house. "Sister Xianxia, such a nice place and you only charge 10 yuan a month." Even though it was simply decorated, in Wu Jinshu's eyes it was extremely luxurious. The house had everything, even tile and wooden flooring. After all, even Wu Lan's basic mud house rented for 10 yuan a month. Anew said, "The house remains vacant anyway, and I wouldn't feel comfortable renting it to strangers. Renting it to you and godmother gives me peace of mind." With that, Wu Jinshu felt much relieved. Anew then said, "Godmother, look, there's a small yard in front of the first floor. You could plant some vegetables there when you're free." Xianxia really liked the house, but she was still a bit embarrassed. "Sister Xianxia, the rent you're asking is too low." Anew, smiling, said, "We're not strangers after all. I couldn't rent this place out for a single cent when it's vacant." Wu Yenyun also liked this new home, but was concerned about Grandma Wu. "Now that we've all moved here, what about Grandma?" Wu Jinshu didn't say anything. Xianxia was still upset. "Your grandma deserves it." Wu Yenyun continued, "But Grandma is so elderly now, and when we were leaving, Aunt Wu was still asking her for money." Even though her grandmother was willing to marry her off to Wu Chong, Wu Yenyun still felt a bit worried for her. Especially since she had found out she was not the biological daughter of Wu Jinshu and Xianxia. Seeing Wu Yenyun like this, Anew spoke bluntly, "Godmother is right, your grandma deserves it, it's her own fault. Your family's life isn't unbearable. She had a good life and chose not to live it, instead causing trouble. Have you ever thought about what would happen if you had married Wu Chong?" Chapter 850. Times Create Heroes. A Gentleman on the Beam _3. Anew paused for a moment and then continued, "After marrying Wu Chong, you would transform from a young girl into a housewife, not only bearing children for Wu Chang but also acting as a stepmother to his 2 daughters. You are only 17 years old this year. If you don't marry Wu Chang, you can continue your studies, go to university, and have endless possibilities in the future. Your life was almost completely ruined by your grandmother's actions. Ni Yang's words were cutting, and Wu Yanyan's face changed. But she is, after all, my grandmother. Upon hearing this, Ni Yang knew Wu Yanyan would definitely be soft-hearted towards Grandma Wu in the future. Knowing how manipulative Grandma Wu could be, if Wu Yanyan became soft-hearted, who knew what she might end up doing? No. It was essential to completely sever the notion Wu Yanyan held towards the Wu family. Ni Yang narrowed her eyes and continued, just because she's your grandmother, does that mean she can just sell you off to someone else to become a stepmother? Yanyan, if you think just because your grandmother is old, you should forgive all her faults, then you might as well go back and marry Wu Chang or even Zhao Chang. This time, I absolutely will not meddle anymore. Wu Yanyan's face went pale and she immediately explained, No, Sister Yang, that's not what I mean. I wasn't suggesting you are meddling too much. I'm just a bit worried about her because she's getting old. Ni Yang remained calm. Yanyan, everyone must take responsibility for their faults. Old age is not an excuse to escape responsibility. Your grandmother is only reaping what she sowed. Uncle, don't you think I'm right? At that last sentence, Ni Yang looked up at Wu Jinshu. Wu Jinshu initially shared the same thoughts as Wu Yanyan. After all, that woman was his own mother, and he couldn't just ignore her. But after listening to Ni Yang, he came to a sudden realization. Yes, old age should not be an excuse to avoid responsibilities. If it wasn't for Ni Yang today, Wu Yanyan's life would be ruined. Wu Jinshu nodded, Yang is right. Seeing Wu Jinshu agree, Ni Yang sighed in relief, thinking he might have been foolishly filial. Wu Yanyan nodded, Yang, I understand now. Ni Yang then took out a stack of RMB from her bag. Godfather, here's 4,000 yuan, consider it a loan from me. Since she had decided to help Wu Yanyan, Ni Yang was committed to supporting her all the way. Plus, Ni Yang was becoming more and more certain about the outcome she suspected. Although the results were not out yet. But she could see traces of Ni Qihua's past kindness and weakness in Wu Yanyan. She was still worried about Grandma Wu even after all the mistreatment she had received from her. Wu Jinshu hastily refused. Yang, you've already helped our family a lot, I can't accept this money. Ni Yang smiled and said, Godfather, just hear me out, don't be in a hurry to refuse. Your family has 4 children, and after the second half of the year, Yanyan, Dalong, and Erlong will definitely need to continue their studies. With the rent and utility bills, there will be significant expenses again soon. Although you and Godmother can make 80 yuan a month working at the noodle restaurant, relying on those 80 yuan, you will never be able to make serious money. Since the year before last, our area has completely abolished the coupon-based shopping system, and individual enterprises are also gradually being accepted by everyone, so I suggest you take this money and start a business. Once you've made some money, you can return what you owe me with interest. Now is a good opportunity to make money. Ni Yang didn't want Wu Jinshu to miss such a great chance. There won't be another 80s. Do business. Wu Jinshu was startled. I don't know anything, how can I do business? Ni Yang paused, then asked, What did you and Godmother do for work before? Urju replied, I carried rice at the rice shop, and your godfather worked as a laborer on the construction site. Ni Yang narrowed her eyes. So, Godfather, you must know a lot of construction workers from your time on the construction site, right? Yes, Wu Jinshu nodded. The workers at the construction site I used to work at were almost all from the same village. It's hard for outsiders to integrate into a group of construction workers introduced by fellow villagers. Ni Yang thought for a moment and then said, Then you could start a construction company. It would be even more convenient if everyone is from the same hometown. She very well remembered many real estate magnates in future generations who made their fortunes through construction companies. And in the 80s, China was developing, with countless skyscrapers yet to rise from the ground. Chapter 851. Times Create Heroes. A Gentleman on the Beam _4. The construction industry is really in demand. Heroes are made by the times, policies, and opportunities. As long as you seize the moment, in this era full of business opportunities, Becoming wealthy is truly easy. But your godmother and I can't read, Wu Jinshu said, scratching his head somewhat embarrassedly. Yang replied, Yenyun still has more than 3 months before school starts. You and godmother can take this time to let her teach you some things, to recognize a few characters first, then you can slowly learn later on. Hard work never fails the determined. Yang had also known many rich people in the future who hadn't even stepped foot into a school. Their only difference from educated people was a graduation certificate. Yang continued, if you want to give it a try, I can help you look out for a storefront. You can start planning now. After all, you have worked on the construction site before, so you don't need to worry about connections. You don't need much capital to start a construction company. When there's work, call the brothers. When there's none, everyone goes home. Wu Jinshu was hesitant. He was afraid he wouldn't do well. Yang added, Uncle, you're still young. Even if not for yourself, you should try for the kids. You've worked on construction sites for so long and definitely know a lot of people and are quite familiar with the industry. There's truly nothing to worry about. Many outsiders have succeeded, and you're far more knowledgeable than them. What if it fails on me? Asked Wu Jinshu. He used to just think about finding a job with good pay, never considering going it alone. Yang said with a smile, if you want to get rich and expand your business, don't be afraid of failure. Because no one's success comes that easily. Hey race, what will do? I'll give you another 5,000 yuan, which will be my investment in buying shares. If you make money, you can share the profits with me at the end of the year. As she spoke, Yang took another 5,000 yuan in cash from her bag. Usually, Yang wouldn't carry so much cash in her bag, but today she planned to deposit it in the bank. Yang, aren't you afraid? Wu Jinshu was startled by Yang. She just kept handing out 5,000 yuan. Wasn't she afraid of losing money? Yang smiled. What's there to be afraid of? You'll never get rich if you're always timid. Godfather, it's my money, and I'm not afraid, so what are you afraid of? Wu Jinshu was stunned for a moment. At that moment, Xianxia suddenly spoke. Dad, I've decided what Yang said makes sense. Why don't you give it a try? What if it works out? Wu Yenyun said, Dad, I also think Yang is right. Seeing that the time was ripe, Yang said, Godfather, in this life, people should always take risks without reservation at least once. Without trying, you'll never know how great your potential is. Wu Jinshu nodded. All right. Yang, I'll listen to you. Okay, Yang nodded. Then I'll watch out for storefronts. Wu Jinshu continued. Thanks so much, Yang. You've helped our family so much. I don't even know how to thank you properly. Yang looked at Wu Jinshu and said, I think the best thank you is not to be soft-hearted. Wu Jinshu knew what Yang meant. Don't worry, I won't be. After talking about these things, Yang went on, Godfather, Godmother, it's your first time moving over today. First, get to know the surrounding area. The house is fully equipped with sheets and quilt covers. You just need to buy some clothes to change into. Just turn right outside the community gate and there's a department store. As for your old home, I suggest you don't go back for now. Okay, Wu Jinshu nodded. Yang picked up her bag. I have other matters, so I'll leave first. Wu Jinshu and Xianxia wanted to see Yang off, but she said with a smile, Godfather, Godmother, no need to fuss. Let Yenyun escort me. Yang left the building with Wu Yenyun. Yang, thank you so much for today. Yang replied with a smile, Yenyun, you've already thanked me. And I'll say it again, the best thanks is to not be soft-hearted. With someone like your grandmother, don't think about repaying evil with kindness. If you do, she will only ask for more and it'll be endless. It's been hard for your family to find peace. Don't let an old lady disturb it. Right. Wu Yenyun nodded. Yang patted Wu Yenyun on the shoulder. As long as you understand. I'll be off now. Yang, be careful on your way, said Wu Yenyun. Don't worry, Yang assured before getting into the car and driving off. Chapter 852. Times Create Heroes. A Gentleman on the Beam _5. Yang recalled how she had raced the car on the way over, and Wu Yenyun continued, Yang, take it slow on your way back. Yang nodded. I will. However, before even a blink of an eye, the car had already disappeared from Wu Yanyan's view. This is way too fast, isn't it? What happened to driving slowly? Wu Yanyun opened her mouth in disbelief. Yang hadn't felt this adrenaline rush of speed in a long time. In her previous life, because of Beijing's traffic congestion, she would go to official racetracks to experience the thrill of racing. But now in the 80s, Beijing's traffic signals were still not fully functional, and it was difficult for an ordinary family to buy even a bicycle. Where could traffic congestion come from? Without traffic restrictions or speed limits, and without waiting for traffic lights, the boss and I was very satisfied. Passers-by were continuously amazed. This is too impressive. Du Jiaojiao's eyes widened as she quickly tugged on Grandpa Du's sleeve. Look over there. Grandpa Du remained calm, twirling his Buddha beads. I saw it. To Du Jiaojiao, it might be incredibly impressive, but for Grandpa Du, it was nothing unusual. He had once driven while being pursued, navigating unharmed through a hail of bullets. Such a small trick could only deceive a naive girl like Du Jiaojiao. Without a second thought, he knew it was something a rich young man would use to attract girls. Just then, a strand of long hair floated out of the car window, tracing a perfect arc through the air. A woman? Grandpa Du raised his eyebrows slightly. My goodness! The driver is actually a woman. Du Jiaojiao nearly jumped for joy. Did you see that just now? Women drivers in this era were rare, Du Jiaojiao included. In this era, a woman driving was a novelty, so Grandpa Du remained calm. I saw it. Du Jiaojiao looked at him with disdain. How can you look so unexcited? There's nothing to be excited about, Grandpa Du said in a bland tone. Du Jiaojiao shook her head. It's so boring to be with someone like you. Grandpa Du said nothing, calmly twirling his Buddha beads. Du Jiaojiao went on to say, I've decided from today on, I'm going to learn to drive. Grandpa Du replied, I'll have Ziki teach you. Can't you teach me yourself? Du Jiaojiao knew Grandpa Du was a good driver. Don't worry, Ziki has more than enough skill to teach you, Grandpa Du assured her. Du Jiaojiao did not say much more. Yang parked the car in front of Fragrant Beauty and then walked in. Coincidentally, Fragrant Beauty was also Du Jiaojiao and Grandpa Du's destination. Seeing the familiar sedan, Du Jiaojiao exclaimed in surprise. Isn't that the car we just saw? Indeed it is. Grandpa Du had a good memory for license plate numbers. I really want to see what the driver looks like, Du Jiaojiao continued. But the most important thing right now is to fill our stomachs. Let's go in quickly. The waiter led the two upstairs. The usual for both of you? Du Jiaojiao nodded. He's vegetarian. Grandpa Du's hand paused while twirling the Buddha beads, ultimately remaining silent. The taste of fragrant Bowtai's dishes really was beyond reproach. Even a simple vegetarian dish was full of color, fragrance, and flavor. When the two left Fragrant Beauty, the sedan was still parked at the entrance. That person hasn't left yet. Shall we stand here for a bit and see what the driver looks like? Suggested Du Jiaojiao. I'm not as bored as you, Grandpa Du said lacklusterly. Du Jiaojiao had anticipated the response and waved her hand. Never mind, let's go back. As soon as they returned to Mansion Deming, the manager came over carrying a birdcage. Grandpa Du, we just caught this myna. It's very smart and can even talk. Grandpa Du's main interests were usually feeding fish and playing with birds, so Mansion Deming had a pond full of imported koi. Hearing about the talking myna, Grandpa Du's interest was piqued. Oh? What can it say? The manager thought for a moment, then said, I think it's Inging? Yes, that's it. Inging. Just then, the bird in the cage thrashed its wings fiercely and snapped. Son of a bitch! Son of a bitch! At this, the manager's face showed an embarrassed expression. It really was saying Inging just now, Grandpa Du said. Let it go. Chapter 853. Times Create Heroes. A Gentleman on the Beam _6. The steward was taken aback. Master Du twirled the Buddha beads. This myna bird's feathers shine brightly and it chirps crisply. Clearly it has been domesticated. Aren't you afraid its owner will be worried, now that you've captured it? The steward continued. I figure this myna must have sneaked out by itself. A bird like this, kept in captivity for a long time and suddenly set free outside, has absolutely no survival skills. If released, It wouldn't only fail to find its way home but might also face the risk of starving to death. The myna in the cage, as if understanding the steward's words, started calling out desperately. "Son of a bitch! Son of a bitch!" Master Du nodded. "You have a point, let's keep it then." This myna was indeed amusing. He had raised many birds, including parrots and mynas, but never had he seen a bird that could curse. Master Du, with his right hand still holding the Buddha beads, flicked the bird cage. "Be good." With these two mild words, the previously agitated myna calmed down instantly. Its feathers, which had been standing on end, gradually relaxed as it shrank into a corner, trembling. But as soon as Master Du turned away, the previously silent bird became fierce again, yelling, "Son of a bitch! Son of a bitch!" Master Du glanced back slightly. "Starve it for a meal." "Okay." The steward nodded. This time, the myna in the cage dared not make a fuss anymore, realizing that preserving its own life was the priority. Its expression was particularly aggrieved. The steward chuckled, saying, "It seems to understand us." Anew handed over the storefront matters to Gu Longji. Gu Longji had wide connections in Beijing, and for her, renting a storefront was a minor matter. After that, Anew discussed some other matters with her, and by the time she returned to the Zheng family, it was already past 8 at night. It had truly been an exhausting day. Anew took a luxurious rose oil bath and went to bed. The next morning, the first thing Enai said to Anew was, "Yang, Duo might be lost." "Duo is lost?" Anew frowned slightly. Enai nodded and continued, "I haven't seen Duo since yesterday afternoon. Last night, I specifically left a window open for it, but it didn't return." This was quite strange. Although Duo was free-range, it used to come home several times a day, and it rested at night in the artificial tree inside the villa. Anew continued, "Did it go back to Jianghu village?" Duo was a nostalgic bird and occasionally flew back to Jianghu village for a visit. "No," Enai shook her head. "I just called your aunt and she said she hasn't seen Duo return." Anew picked up a bun. "Then I'll go look for it." "Where will you look?" Enai asked. "I'll check the nearby park," Anew replied. Walking out of the Zheng family, Anew ate the bun while calling for Duo. Duo, although a bird, was smart and understood human nature. Whenever she called its name, as long as it heard her, no matter the distance, it would fly to her. But this time, Anew almost shouted herself hoarse and still saw no sign of Duo, not even in the nearby park. Could it really be lost? Aneyang's face turned pale, and suddenly, the bun in her hand lost its appeal. When she first brought Duo home, it was just a little bird with barely grown feathers. She had struggled to raise it, dealing with its mess until it had grown, and now it was lost. Duo! Chirp! Just then, a black shape flew toward her from a distance. It was Duo. Anew breathed a sigh of relief, but as the dark figure approached, she realized it wasn't Duo after all. It was just another myna bird that looked exactly like Duo. Yet, from Anew, the seasoned mother's perspective, this myna was a bit uglier than Duo. Duo would always be the most beautiful child in her eyes. Tweet. This myna bird had been circling above Aneyw's head, and Anew just realized that this bird was one of Duo's many flings. As a womanizer of the bird world, Duo had brought quite a few female myna birds home for a free meal. Anew was particularly impressed with this myna bird because of its unique claws. "Do you mean to tell me you know where Duo is?" Tweet. The myna bird flapped its wings, turned direction, and flew off, glancing back at Anew as it went. Anew immediately started running to keep up. Fortunately, Anew was in good shape and didn't feel tired even after running 2 or 3 kilometers. Tweet. The myna bird stopped in front of an ancient-looking mansion. "Is Duo in there?" Anew asked. Tweet. "Then I'll knock on the door." The myna bird continued to hover above Anew. An old-fashioned sign reading, De Ming Xian, hung on the grand entrance. Anyone living in De Ming Xian was no ordinary person, and naturally, one couldn't enter without an appointment. Anew turned away at the door, felt a headache coming on. Tweet. The myna bird overhead seemed frantic. "What should I do?" Yang extended a finger and massaged her temple. Just then, Yang noticed that the walls of Xian weren't very tall. Maybe she could climb over. Although it seemed a bit wrong, saving a bird was more important. She wasn't there to steal anything, after all. Yang made her way to the back of Xian, quickly scaled the wall, and jumped down neatly. Due to unfamiliarity with the terrain, the spot she chose to land was right by an arched door, and just as she landed, someone happened to be passing by. Protect Du Yi. The area immediately went into high alert. Walking in front, Du Jiao instinctively moved to shield Du Yi. Du Yi, a grown man, didn't need a woman's protection. Pushing Du Jiao aside, he stepped forward. When Yang saw Du Yi, she thought she was seeing things. Huh? Am I seeing things? If I had known this was your place, I would have come through the main entrance. Du Yi didn't seem surprised at all. His narrow eyes twinkled with mischief. How come you've turned into a rooftop gentleman? Yang patted the dust off her clothes. A rooftop gentleman is out of necessity. I'm here looking for my son. Your son? Du Yi frowned slightly, incredulous. When did you have a son? How do I not know about this? Yang arched her brow. Look at you, do I need to report to you when I have a son? Tweet tweet. Just then, the myna bird circling overhead called out again. Yang followed the myna bird forward and turned to look at Du Yi. Since this is your turf, I won't stand on ceremony. No need for ceremony. Du Yi's expression slowly returned to normal. Du Jiao tugged at Du Yi's sleeve and whispered, Did you bring back this romantic debt from outside? She's quite pretty. That's not it, Du Yi paused, twisting the Buddha beads in his hand. Don't talk nonsense. Du Jiao rolled her eyes, speechlessly. You even have a son, yet you still won't admit it. Chapter 854. Offended the wrong person. Dog food manufacturer Du Jiao had many mishaps with romance previously, which, coupled with Yang coming to find her son, led to some misunderstandings. Gazing at Yang, Du Jiao's eyes sparkled with admiration. I say, you've got quite the taste this time. Such a beautiful young girl, and I doubt we could find another like her in all of Shanghai. She had a son for you, and you're still not satisfied? That son isn't mine, Du said with a tone of helplessness. Du Jiao stared wide-eyed at Du, incredulous. You've been cheated on? Du's breath hitched. You're venturing way off topic. Then what do you mean? If you haven't been cheated on, why deny your own son? That's not right. Du Jiao argued. Twisting the Buddha beads, Du replied. Stop guessing. Yang and I are not what you think. She is also the person who saved me earlier. Is that truly her? Du Jiao expressed her skepticism. Really? Du Jiao had always been curious about Du's mysterious lifesaver, and never anticipated it was the young girl before her. They say no one is perfect, but Du Jiao was still in disbelief. Such a beautiful young girl, and yet so capable. Unbelievable indeed. Absolutely true, Du affirmed, his expression unreadable. Knowing Du was not one to jest, and he had no reason to joke about this matter, Du Jiao asked curiously, Then why is she here looking for her son? Did you hide her son? I don't even know who her son is, Du replied innocently. Looking towards Yang, Du Jiao remarked, Not to mention this young lady is really beautiful. No wonder you compared her with Change last time. She doesn't look like someone who has had a child. Glancing at Du Jiao, Du retorted, You speak as though you've had one. Du Jiao rolled her eyes at Du. The two casually followed Yang. Yang kept following the leader's son parakeet, walking through the corridor and arriving at the garden's back. Seeing how earnestly Yang was searching, Du Jiao elbowed Du. You didn't really hide her son, did you? Why would I hide her son? Du countered. Du Jiao eyed Du seriously, maybe to become her kid's stepdad. Du's breath hitched again. Don't spout nonsense. Du Jiao's face was alight with teasing. I guessed it, didn't I? You think you can read minds? Du said calmly while twirling his Buddha beads. Du Jiao continued, Getting to marry such a pretty girl, even if it means being someone's stepdad, wouldn't be a loss. This time, Du didn't respond. He knew Jiao too well. If he kept responding, Jiao would never stop teasing. Are you admitting it? Du Jiao nudged Du again. Du remained silent. Du Jiao scoffed lightly. Yang had searched around in the garden and hadn't found Duo. Miss, did you find your son? Du Jiao approached. Need any help? Thank you. Before Yang could finish, a crisp voice filled the air. Yang. Duo. Yang's face lit up. Hearing Yang's response, Duo called out even more joyously. Yang. The sun parakeet spiraling above Yang's head seemed extremely excited, chirping non-stop. Who's talking? Du Jiao scratched her head, looking at Yang. Your son. Yep. Yang nodded, her gaze catching a middle-aged man walking towards them with a birdcage covered by a black cloth. Yang. Yang approached the middle-aged man. Excuse me, sir. May I take a look at what you're holding? The middle-aged man paused, about to ask who Yang was, but Du interjected, Open it for Miss and I to see. Having lived in this place for so long, Du had never brought any woman other than Du Jiao here. Yang was most likely the first. The middle-aged man promptly lifted the black cloth over the birdcage, and Duo was ecstatic. Yang. Seeing Duo inside the cage, Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Duo. Du Jiao was stunned. She had never imagined Yang's son would be a bird. She had genuinely thought Yang had a real son. Why was he still locked up? Yang said as she began to open the birdcage. Why was he let out? Before the middle-aged man could speak, Duo flew directly to Yang's shoulder, rubbing his small head against her chin incessantly. Yang. Chapter 855. Offended someone who should not be offended. Dog food manufacturer _2. She looked as though she had a belly full of grievances to express. Fine. So it turns out this is someone's bird. What more could he possibly have to say about it? Yen chuckled and said, All right, I know you've been wronged. Just wait. Mommy will avenge you. Is this a call to arms? Master Du's brow twitched, and he tried to keep his tone even as he said, This is your son? Before Yen could answer, Duo spread his wings, looking ferocious as he scolded, You little bastard! This bird was definitely relying on humans now. If it had been before today, Duo would have been as scared of Master Du as a mouse is of a cat. How could he dare to act this way? Master Du, Yen smiled and said, That's just the way he is, don't take it to heart. But tell me, how did you manage to catch him and lock him up? The middle-aged uncle realized that Yan's status was not simple. Having followed Master Du for so long, apart from Jiao, he had never seen any woman dare to speak to Master Du like this. Not even the two mistresses of the household dared to. Miss this has nothing to do with Master Du seeing that the Mina could talk, and knowing Master Du likes to tease birds, I took it upon myself to catch it. Master Du actually wanted to release it, but I said that birds raised in captivity can't survive in the wild, and Master Du was afraid it would starve, so. Yen nodded, I see, but you can rest assured. Our Duo is free range, and his survival skills are very strong. He won't starve even if he isn't fed for 10 days. Master Du chimed in timely. Your son is named Duo? Well taught. Yen nodded. Come son, let's greet Master Du. You little bastard. Master Du. Yen smiled lightly. Don't be fooled by the fact that Duo is only a bird. He's actually very smart and understands human nature. Master Du. He should curse he's blind, he acknowledges it. He should have realized earlier that Duo wasn't calling for Yang. Jiao found this amusing. The girl was outright with her insults. When had the illustrious Master Du of the 10-mile foreign district ever been scolded to his face like this? And yet, the person in question could only swallow the slight. Jiao smiled radiantly. Young lady, your son is very handsome. By seniority, he should call me third younger brother. What should he call me? Third younger brother? Yen was taken aback for a moment. Master Du introduced, This is my second sister, Jiao. Miss Du, Yen wasn't pretentious, continuing, My name is Yen. Ni with a man radical. Yen as in jade becomes warm and produces smoke under the sun. Jiao replied, That's a beautiful name, as beautiful as you are. Thank you, Miss Du, Jiao continued. I've heard from my second brother that you are his savior. If anyone should be thanking, it should be me thanking you. Don't be so formal with me. I'm a few years older than you, just call me sister. Yen smiled lightly. Master Du has already thanked me. Sister Jiao Jiao, you are too kind. The girl wasn't affected or coy, and her forthright personality was very appealing to Jiao Jiao. Then I'll call you Yang Yang, Jiao Jiao said. Yen nodded. Okay. Jiao Jiao went on. How do you feed your bird? He's so obedient. My third brother also has many birds, and none of them are as well behaved as Duo. Yen said. Actually, there's no secret. I've always let him roam free, and over time, he's become attuned to human nature. Oh, is that so? Jiao Jiao said, naturally linking arms with Yen. By the way, Yang, you don't look very old? 19, Yen replied. Jiao Jiao smiled. No wonder your skin is so good, so white. I'm getting old. I feel like an old lady compared to you. Yen said, having good skin is because of choosing the right skincare products, it has nothing to do with age. Skincare products? Jiao Jiao frowned slightly. I use imported skincare products, and they don't do much. Yang, what brand do you use? Yen looked up at Jiao Jiao and then said, Sister Jiao Jiao, I suppose you have oily skin? What's oily skin? Jiao Jiao asked. Oily skin means that there is an excessive buildup of sebum on the face, causing the pores to become clogged and prone to pimples and acne. Before Yen could finish her sentence, Jiao Jiao, as if she had found a confidant, eagerly continued, Yes. Yang, you are so right. My skin is prone to acne. Chapter 856. Offended someone who shouldn't have been offended. Dog food manufacturer _3. As she finished speaking, Du Jiao Jiao continued, But Yang, how do you know all this? Yang replied with a smile. Because I love beauty and like to fiddle with things. Sister Jiao Jiao, I suggest you use the Bingji Yufu Hydrating Skincare Set, which not only hydrates but also has whitening and oil control effects. Bingji Yufu? Du Jiao Jiao furrowed her brows slightly. I seem to have heard of this brand, it's made in China, right? Yang nodded her head. Du Jiao Jiao said with a smile, Can domestic skincare products really compare with imports? At that time, China was still developing, so it was normal for Du Jiao Jiao to look down on domestic products. Although Bingji Yufu was very popular, its sales relied on loyal customers, and it was still hard for new customers to accept it. After all, at that time, all the good stuff was imported from overseas like refrigerators, washing machines, window air conditioners, and so on. In later years, you could still feel the prestige of imported goods, things like foreign shovels, nails, cement, and grease mentioned by the older generation. Yang's lips curved in a faint smile. You can't be too absolute about everything. Sometimes foreign goods aren't necessarily better than our Chinese products. It's just that people are used to imports and unwilling to try new things. Du Jiao Jiao didn't take Yang's words to heart and casually nodded. You make some sense. I'll definitely try Bingji Yufu when I get a chance. As soon as she finished speaking, Du Jiao Jiao continued, Yang, you're still in school, right? Yang nodded. Yes, I'm in my senior year now, and the college entrance exam is coming up in July. The 80s were different from later years. In later years, the college entrance exam was in June, but in the 80s, it was in July. 19 and still in senior year? She must have repeated a few years, right? It seems that my younger brother's lifesaver isn't very smart. Du Jiao Jiao gave Yang a thoughtful look but said nothing. While the two of them were chatting, Grandfather Du just stood silently to the side. He marveled inwardly at how amazing Du Jiao Jiao was. She hadn't known Yang for long, yet she had managed to find out so much about her. He had spent an entire night alone with Yang and still didn't know her as well as she did. After chatting for a while, Yang suggested it was time to say goodbye. Du Jiao Jiao, arm in arm with Yang, said, Yang, don't be in such a rush to leave. It's almost time for lunch. You should eat with us before you go. Yang replied with a smile, Sister Jiao Jiao, you're being too polite. When I went out to look for Duo earlier, my mom specifically instructed me to hurry back once I found Duo. If I don't return soon, she might really think Duo is lost. Upon hearing this, Du Jiao Jiao no longer insisted on keeping Yang, and added, We've just arrived in Beijing and don't have any friends here. Yang, if you have time, come and keep me company for a chat.
Sure, Anew nodded. I'll head back first then.
Grandfather Du walked Anew to the door.
Duo, say goodbye to Mr. Du. Little bastard.
Duo was still fuming.
Duo, Anew patted its head. Don't be so impolite. Grandfather Du, however, was calm, a smile playing on his lips. Why bother with it?
Besides, this was all my fault, to begin with. I should be the one apologizing to it.
Anew said, smiling. You shouldn't say that. This little guy is always pushing its luck.
I'll be going now.
Jem, Grandfather Du nodded slightly. Be careful on your way.
Just as Anew turned to leave, Grandfather Du called out, Wait a moment.
What is it?
Anew looked back. Grandfather Du twirled his Buddha beads. My name is Du Chengfeng.
Anew was taken aback at first, and then asked,
Chengfeng, as in I desire to ride the wind to return?
Yes. Grandfather Du nodded.
Nice name, Anew said. Grandfather Du, holding the Buddha beads, paused for a moment. Thank you. When Anew's figure disappeared under the shade of the parasol trees, Grandfather Du also turned and went inside. As soon as he entered, Du Jiao approached. That Yang is very pretty.
Yeah,
Grandfather Du replied to her. Du Jiao continued. Did she just call you Mr. Du?
Yeah.
Doesn't she know you're the Grandfather Du of the 10-mile foreign trade area? Du Jiao asked back.
She knows.
Grandfather Du lifted the lid of the incense burner and lit a piece of sandalwood. Du Jiao narrowed her eyes. Knowing that and still calling you Mr. Du, is she playing hard to get? It was no wonder Du Jiao would overthink. She had met too many people who thought they were very clever. Chapter 857. Offended someone who shouldn't have been offended. Dog food manufacturer _4. Who would not respectfully address him as Mr. Du? There really were hardly any who dared to call him Sir Du. He's not that kind of person, Mr. Du firmly negated. TSKS. Du Jiao watched Mr. Du with a mischievous smile. So quick to defend her?
Mr. Du did not explain further, merely saying, Ever heard of how appearance reflects the heart?
Determining that Xianxia would be that kind of person was more fitting. Anew? She would disdain engaging in such matters. Du Jiao nodded. That's true too. Yang is so beautiful. If she were interested in you, she wouldn't need to play hard to get. She just has to nod, and you'd have a new concubine in your backyard. You're overthinking it, Mr. Du said indifferently. Du Jiao agreed. Indeed, I am overthinking. Like Anew, you can tell she is not one to be confined to the boudoir. How could she possibly content herself with being one of many concubines, competing and becoming jealous of other women?
Mr. Du silently twirled his Buddha beads. Sister, you're getting further off topic. Yang is so beautiful, and you're not at all moved by her?
Du Jiao retorted. Mr. Du's expression remained stoic. Only a dead man's heart stays still. Do I look like a dead man to you? Du Jiao lost for words said. Ugh. I'm not talking about that kind of being moved. I meant the kind where you like her. You seem so smart usually. How come you turn silly at crucial moments? Forget it. Speaking to someone heartless like you wouldn't understand even if I explained. Mr. Du sat cross-legged on a low stool and began preparing tea. He was particularly meticulous about brewing tea, which in later eras would be referred to as tea ceremony. Du Jiao disliked these overly elaborate habits. So much effort in brewing tea for just a few sips. Elegant but impractical. Seeing Mr. Du make tea, she muttered boring, and turned to leave the living room. After Du Jiao left the living room, Mr. Du summoned the butler. Mr. Du continued his tea-making motion, his hands weaving through the teacups as the tea smoke spiraled upwards, casting his facial features into a more majestic and enigmatic silhouette. Who was on duty at the gate today? The butler, taken aback by the sudden question, asked, Xiao and Xiaolin.
Mr. Du nodded. Tell them they needn't come tomorrow. Why?
The butler was puzzled. Had Xiao and Xiaolin offended Mr. Du? Mr. Du asked, Do you know how high the backyard wall is? 4 meters. Before the butler could finish, they seemed to realize something suddenly and immediately said, All right, I understand. I'll notify them right now.
Go ahead, Mr. Du gestured with his hand.
The butler approached the gate. The grand gate of Deming Pavilion had an imposing appearance. Even the gatekeepers found it dignified. When the butler told them they needn't come tomorrow, Xiaozhao and Xiaowu were startled. Butler, what did we do wrong that you're firing us? The butler patted Xiaozao's shoulder. It's because you offended someone you shouldn't have.
What? Xiaozhao blurted in dialect. Who did we offend? The butler continued. The young girl Mr. Du personally saw off just earlier.
After saying this, the butler sighed and then added, You should feel lucky that you didn't fracture the young lad's leg today, or you'd really be in a mess. A fall from a 4-meter-high wall could potentially lead to fatal accidents. Xiaozhao and Xiaolin felt wronged. How could they have known that girl had such significant backing? Seeing their thoughts, the butler said, All right, don't feel too wronged. Hey, raise 3 months of your salary as compensation. You don't have to come tomorrow, start looking for a new job. Finding a new job was easy, but finding one with a salary as high as before was difficult. The two accepted the money from the butler with frowns on their faces. Ni Yong brought Duo back to the Zheng family. Little Ni Yun was overjoyed, incessantly asking Duo, Where were you last night? I missed you so much. After returning, Ni Yong relayed what happened with Wu Yenyun to Ni Tsuehua. Upon hearing this, Ni Qihua's face changed. Is Yenyun really the second girl? The few abandoned children hadn't been given names yet, so Ni Tsuehua simply called them second girl, third girl, fourth girl, and little Ni Yun ranked fifth. Chapter 858. Offended someone who shouldn't have been offended. Dog food manufacturer _5. Ni Yong nodded. It's very likely. I've already sent the sample for testing. 3 months later. We'll know the results, and the truth will be revealed. Firstly, Wu Yanyun's age matches with my second sister, and then she doesn't resemble the Wu couple, and the location also matches since they too are from Haiqing. Ni Tsuehua wiped her tears. No wonder I felt the child looked familiar, so she is indeed Anew. Ni Yong continued. Mom, it's just a suspicion for now, nothing certain. Let's wait for the test results, and don't get your hopes too high. The higher the hopes, the greater the disappointment. If it turns out to be a misunderstanding, Ni Tsuehua would be devastated. Ni Yong needed to prepare precautionary measures. Upon hearing this, Ni Tsuehua calmed down a bit and then asked, Where are they living now? I want to go see them. Ni Yong replied, They live in Building 78, Guiqing Garden, but I think you shouldn't disturb them for now. Let's wait until after the test results are out. Can I just take a quick peek without them noticing? Ni Tsuehua asked. Ni Yong hesitated. How about this? Uncle Wu's construction company will be launching soon. You can visit then. By that time, I will have recognized them as my godparents. Okay. Ni Tsuehua nodded. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days had gone by. During this time, Ni Yong was studying the 13 ghost points technique while also helping Wu Jinshu lease a storefront. Wu Jinshu was busy decorating the storefront. One morning, Dr. Jiang came with his medical kit to check on grandmother Zheng's health. After the examination, Dr. Jiang smiled and said, Aching, I think you won't need me anymore. Ah, why? Grandmother Zheng asked. Dr. Jiang replied, Because you have fully recovered. It's really miraculous. Ever since your granddaughter's returned, your health has improved daily. She truly is the lucky star of your family. Grandmother Zheng smiled. I think you are absolutely right, Xiaoyan. Ever since I met them, I feel no illness at all. Dr. Jiang looked around, seeing no one was nearby, he lowered his voice. How are Tingting and Lingling getting along? Any discord? None, Grandmother Zheng replied. They get along just like biological sisters, and even the children interact well together. This was something Grandmother Zheng was very pleased about. In ordinary families, such harmony might not be possible. Although last time, Zhang Xianjing was suspected of impersonating Mr. Dust's lifesaver, she had sincerely apologized, and that issue was now resolved. Dr. Jiang nodded. That's good. Tingting and Lingling are blood-related cousins, and they're getting along so well is within my expectations. After speaking, Dr. Jiang continued, Aching, you now essentially have 2 daughters. Have you thought about how you will divide the inheritance?
Grandmother Zhang smiled. I've always been fair and won't favor one over the other. Although Lingling is not my biological child, she is no different from my own. I've said it before, when the time comes, it will be half for each child. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lingling, who was about to approach, stopped in her tracks. Half for each. This damn old woman really had the nerve to say it. If she had said a 20-80 split, Zhang Lingling would have accepted without a word. But now it was a 50-50 split. She had spent nearly half her life taking care of these two people, and Enai Tsuehua had only returned a few days ago. What right did Enai Tsuehua have to share the Zhang family's wealth equally with her? Even suggesting a 20-80 split was her being generous. In her opinion, the Zhang family's wealth should not go to Enai Tsuehua at all. Dr. Jiang replied, that's certainly a fair approach, but will your Tingting agree? After all, you are her biological mother. Would she be willing to share equally with Lingling? Grandmother Zhang smiled. Don't worry about that. Tingting is a good child. She doesn't care about the part she gets. Dr. Jiang responded, that's good. Zhang Lingling's features contorted. Enai Tsuehua is a good child? Was this damn old woman implying that she was not? No. She couldn't wait any longer. Zhang Lingling clutched the tray in her hands, her knuckles turning slightly white from the force. When Dr. Jiang left the Zhang family's house, Zhang Lingling chased after him. Aunt Jiang, wait a moment. What is it? Dr. Jiang turned around. Zhang Lingling said, Dr. Jiang, I've been having severe headaches lately. Do you have any painkillers? Chapter 859. Offended someone who shouldn't have been offended. Dog food manufacturer _6. Does it hurt in waves? Dr. Jiang asked. Yeah. Zhang Lingling nodded. Then let's walk and talk, Dr. Jiang said. Okay. Zhang Lingling followed Dr. Jiang's steps. Lingling, your mom is almost fully recovered now. I probably won't be visiting your house much anymore, Dr. Jiang said. That soon? Zhang Lingling frowned slightly. Dr. Jiang nodded. It's a good thing that your mom is getting better. Zhang Lingling then said, please give me the painkillers quickly. Dr. Jiang searched through her box and found a box of medicine. Remember, 2 pills at a time. Okay. Dr. Jiang continued, today your mom said she would leave you half of her estate. What do you think? The mention of this made Zhang Lingling angry. All these years I have been the one by her side. But when it comes to dividing the property, she sure doesn't forget her biological daughter. Dr. Jiang frowned. If she has promised to leave you half, it makes sense. After all, blood is thicker than water, and bones may break but the sinews still hold. I'm afraid. Auntie Jiang, what do you mean? Dr. Jiang went on, I've been sisters with your mom my entire life. There were no secrets between us. But ever since Tingting returned, she hasn't been as open with me as before. Zhang Lingling asked impatiently, Auntie Jiang, what do you mean by that? Dr. Jiang said, like the paternity test, and the fact that Enai Yang knows medical skills, she paused then continued. But Lingling, don't worry too much. Enai Yang is a doctor, sure, but she practices traditional Chinese medicine. It has nothing to do with mental health. Zhang Lingling nodded. She wasn't worried about Enai Yang. Just a teenager, how skilled in medicine could she be? Dr. Jiang continued, I suspect your mom is deceiving me. She doesn't really want to divide half of the property with you. After all, you're not her biological child. She wants to leave all the wealth to her biological daughter, which is natural human sentiment. Zhang Lingling bit her lip. What should I do then? Everything in the Zhang family was hers. She was not willing to be so easily robbed. Dr. Jiang took out another box of headache pills from her medical kit. Some things are better dealt with sooner rather than later. Don't underestimate a headache as a small issue. If it drags on for long, it can turn into a big problem. Life is unpredictable. Who knows what might happen tomorrow? Zhang Lingling took the box and nodded solemnly. Got it, Auntie Jiang. I understand. Today was the grand opening of Wu Jinshu's construction company. The name of the construction company was chosen by Enai Yang. Jianghua Construction Company, Limited. As the sole investor, Enai Yang, of course, couldn't miss the opening day. At 8 in the morning, Enai Yang and Enai Tsuehua arrived at the company on time. The more Enai Tsuehua looked at Wu Yenyun, the more she felt Wu Yenyun was her second daughter. Her eyes began to moisten. How hard it must have been for her to grow up so big, being thrown away so young. Poor child, she hadn't even had the chance to drink milk since she was little. Wu Yenyun noticed and Aitsuehua kept looking at her and feeling somewhat embarrassed, said, "Auntie, do you have something you want to tell me?" Nothing. And Aitsuehua immediately came back to her senses. I was just deep in thought. The opening ceremony was simple. They set off firecrackers and cut a ribbon. There was only a month left for exams, so after cutting the ribbon, Yang didn't idle either, rushing to school non-stop. She had 2 exams that day. By the time she left school, it was already after 5 in the afternoon. Yang slowly walked on the road, her shadow elongated by the setting sun. Just at that moment, screech! Suddenly, a sound of tires abruptly halting filled the air, and by the time Yang looked up, a black sedan was already calmly stopped in front of her. Whose car is this, so thoughtless? Yang was just about to kick it when the car door swung open, and a tall and upright figure emerged, with the dying light of the sunset shrouding his features, making them somewhat indistinct. Yang was momentarily stunned before she could react, and by then she was already seized by an imperious force. Yang. He buried his head in her neck and deeply inhaled the lingering scent of her hair. Brother Emo. Yang wrapped her arms around him. Thinking about it, it had been almost half a year since she last saw Emo Chishin. Ouch! After hugging for a bit, Yang pushed him away with her hands, expressing her disdain. Brother Emo, how long has it been since you shaved? Did it hurt you? Emo Chishin looked worried. Only then did Yang notice the blue stubble on his chin, adding a bit more manliness to his appearance. Yang couldn't help but reach out and touch it, finding the sensation novel like a tingling electric shock. Tisk, how busy have you been? How does it feel? Emo Chishin gripped her hand. Not great, it's prickly, Yang said with a face full of disdain. Let's get in the car and talk. Emo Chishin guided her to the back seat. Wu Daming took the initiative to greet her, sister-in-law number 6. Seeing Wu Daming, who was shiny black, Yang laughed. Wu Daming, have you been on a vacation to F continent? Wu Daming turned around in surprise. Sister-in-law, how did you figure it out? But I didn't go to F continent for a vacation. It's your teeth, Yang replied. Ah! Wu Daming was somewhat confused. Yang continued, I suggest that if you go out at night, remember to smile more. Why? Wu Daming touched the back of his head. Yang smiled and said, use your teeth to blind them, otherwise it's too dark and no one can see you. Wu Daming. Not only had he darkened, but why did everyone have to laugh at him too? A few minutes later, Wu Daming realized that being laughed at by Yang wasn't the worst. Being force-fed dog food, that was the worst. He was still a kid, why did he have to endure such an assault of love? Those 2 people in the back seat were really too much. After about 15 minutes, the car stopped in front of a villa. Once out of the car, Yang said in surprise, why are we here? Weren't we going to my place? Emo Chishin said, with my disheveled appearance, it's not suitable for me to go to your house. What if our mom disapproves and won't let you marry me? Yang raised her eyebrows slightly. I'm not planning to marry you right now anyway. Fine, then I'll marry you. Emo Chishin shamelessly wrapped his arm around Yang's waist. Yang, you've lost weight. Have I? You really have, I can feel it, Emo Chishin said as he tightened his hold. As they talked, the 2 of them had already entered the villa. No sooner had the door closed than Emo Chishin pinned her against it with a reversed hand, and then leaned down for a kiss. The blue stubble prickled against her fair skin, a bit painful, yet Emo Chishin couldn't bring himself to let go so soon after such a long time apart. After a while, Yang pushed him away. Go shave now. Chapter 860. Can you get first place like this? Emo Chishin went to the bathroom to take a shower and shave. Yang, having nothing better to do, sat on the couch to watch TV. At this time, there weren't many channels available on TV, but the programs being broadcast were future classics. Playing on TV right now was the 1985 version of Jianghu, although there were only 8 episodes of it currently. Yang hadn't really watched Jianghu before, but she found it quite interesting now. By the time Emo Chishin emerged from the washroom, half an hour had passed. Let's go, Anew said, reaching to turn off the TV when she saw Xianxia come out. While fastening the buttons on his shirt, Xianxia asked, "Is Mom still staying at Grandma's place?" "Yep." Anew reached out to pinch Xianxia's face. Saying Mom and Grandma so smoothly, "Big brother Emo, I found your skin is getting thicker and thicker." Xianxia grinned cheekily. "My skin is so thick, did it hurt your hand?" "What do you think?" Anew raised her eyebrows slightly. "I guess it must have hurt. Let me rub it for you." Xianxia took Aneyang's hand. "Big brother Emo, I beg you to be a bit more human." The two chatted as they walked away. Wu Daming had already returned home, and Anew took the keys from Xianxia. "I'll drive." Xianxia was a little surprised. "You know how to drive?" He hadn't known that Anew could drive, even after knowing her for so long. "Of course," Anew said with a touch of haughty pride. "Is there anything your brother Yang can't do?" At first, Xianxia thought Anew was just boasting until she successfully started the car. Only then did he realize that Anew wasn't joking. This Anew, she may seem aloof and reticent ordinarily, but only Xianxia knew she had a playful side hidden in her bones. And she liked to brag a bit. "Buckle up," Anew said, her hand on the steering wheel, glancing sideways at Xianxia. The light from the street lamps cast the shadow of her eyelashes across her nose bridge in a strangely cool pose. Xianxia swallowed unconsciously. "Oh." After Xianxia buckled up, he realized that Anew could not only drive, but she drove with incredible skill. It made Xianxia almost think Anew could take the car to the sky. With turns, consecutive turns, sharp turns, she never slowed down, yet the ride was as smooth as if on flat ground. What should have been a 30-minute drive took less than 5 minutes to arrive at the Zhang family's front gate. Anew stopped the car and switched off the ignition, whistled cheerfully at Xianxia. "How about that? Am I, Brother Yang, awesome or what?" Xianxia nodded slightly. "Awesome, truly awesome. Brother Yang is too cool. Truly worthy of being my wife." Such nerve. Xianxia got out of the car right behind her, taking the gifts brought back from F country from the back of the car, and they walked towards the villa together. Zhang Xianjing had the day off from school and had come home early. Just as she came down the stairs, she saw a figure coming through the door. Against the light, she couldn't quite make out his features, yet a powerful aura surrounded him, instilling a sense of inferiority in those who saw him. Who could this be? Although she couldn't quite see his face clearly, Zhang Xianjing could sense that this was no ordinary person. Perhaps it was Mr. Mog. The Mo and Zhang families were extremely close, so it was unsurprising for Baichuan to visit the Zhang family. Zhang Xianjing narrowed her eyes and subconsciously brushed her hair behind her ears, straightened her back, and walked downstairs. The features of his face gradually became visible in the darkness. Thin, sharp lips like paper cuts, narrow and long phoenix eyes brimming with a cold gleam, and features as flawlessly carved as fine artistry, especially those deep and heavy eyes, bottomless as if they were vast stars. She recognized who it was. The next second, all traces of a smile vanished from Zhang Xianjing's face. It was Xianxia. How could such a fine appearance be wasted on a ne'er-do-well like Xianxia? Regret and disgust flickered across Zhang Xianjing's eyes as she snorted and walked past him with her nose in the air. For a good-for-nothing like Xianxia, even the right to hold her shoes was unattainable. Xianxia's face remained expressionless as he continued walking in. "Xiaoma." Anitsuehua was surprised to see Xianxia. "When did you get back?" Xianxia replied, "Auntie, I just got back home this afternoon." Laughing, Anitsuehua said, "Come on in, and by the way, where's Yang? Did you see her?" Xianxia answered, Yang was supposed to come in with me, but she felt a bit unwell the moment we were entering the door, so she went to the washroom. Chapter 861. Can you get first place like this? _2. Xianxia handed the items in his hand to Anitsuehua. "These are the gifts I brought from F country for Grandpa Zhang, Grandma Zhang, and you and Uncle." Anitsuehua smiled and said, "You child, coming here is enough, why bring gifts?" Grandpa Zhang and Grandma Zhang also liked Xianxia very much. Although Xianxia's reputation wasn't good, he was truly good to Anew and, based on their understanding of him over time, Xianxia wasn't as difficult as the rumors suggested. As long as Anew had no objections, neither did they as the elders. Soon after, Ni Yang walked in from outside. That evening, after Mo Chishan had some drinks, Ni Yang drove him home. This time she didn't speed but drove leisurely. The car didn't have the air conditioning on, all the windows were down, and a gentle breeze flowed in, making it pleasantly refreshing. While driving, Ni Yang started discussing Wu Yenyun with Mo Chishan. Mo Chishan said, "If she really is your second sister, then your third and fourth sisters must still be around too." Ni Yang nodded, hopefully. "By the way, tomorrow is Sunday. I just recognized Yanyun's parents as my godparents, so how about I take you to visit them tomorrow?" "Sure." Despite the slow speed of the car, it didn't take long to arrive at the Mo family's house. Since they were already there, Ni Yang went in with Mo Chishan, planning to greet Mr. and Mrs. Mo. Seeing Ni Yang, Mr. and Mrs. Mo were very happy. "Yang is here. Come in, come in. We just got a few kilograms of green husk lychees this afternoon from Officer Wu, and I saved half for you, planning to send them over in a couple of days." Ni Yang loved lychees, and hearing they were green husk lychees excited her even more. "Are they guelu from Zhengqing?" Yes, the guelu from Zhengqing. They're very sweet and even seedless." Green husk lychees were the most expensive among lychee varieties. Ni Yang remembered once, in her previous life, a single green husk lychee was auctioned for a record high price of 550,000. After many years, tasting green husk lychees again transported Ni Yang momentarily back to the future. Mo Chishan peeled the lychees and placed them on a plate, one after another, quickly filling up a large plate. Ni Yang hurriedly said, Okay, big brother Mo, I can't eat that much after dinner." "Do you not want to eat pomegranate?" Mo Chishan picked up a pomegranate. Ni Yang shook her head. "No." Mo Chishan smiled and asked, "Is there any fruit you don't eat?" Ni Yang responded, "Pomegranates require spitting out seeds. It's too much hassle. Lychees are more convenient." Mo Chishan smiled, took a pomegranate, and slowly started peeling it, his handsome hands clearly defined against the bright red pomegranate, making them particularly striking. Hearing the noise downstairs, Xiao Yingying immediately ran down. She had been staying at the Mo family's house for the past few days, hoping to meet Mr. Mog, so she always rushed over whenever there were visitors at the Mo family's house to see if it was Mr. Mog. Seeing Mo Chishan, Xiao Yingying's face couldn't hide her disappointment. Xiao Yingying, like an eggplant hit by frost, didn't even want to greet Mo Chishan and listlessly walked back upstairs. Mr. and Mrs. Mo didn't like Xiao Yingying much either, because the girl lacked manners, barely greeting them and always acting as if someone owed her millions. If she wasn't Mo Baichuan's cousin, they would have kicked her out long ago. Just then, noises sounded from outside. Mrs. Mo stood up and said, "It must be Baichuan coming back. I'll go have a look." Sure enough, it was Mo Baichuan. Mo Baichuan had been staying at the base, and he hadn't expected to see Mo Chishan and Ni Yang upon his return. "Your Uncle Six came back today, and Yang is here too. Go greet them." "Okay." Mo Baichuan took off his white gloves and walked into the living room. "Uncle Six." Mo Chishan nodded slightly. "My nephew is back. Didn't you see your Aunt Six?" Ni Yang greeted. "Nephew, would you like some lychees?" What was this back-and-forth exchange about? Mo Baichuan frowned. "I don't eat them." "Oh." Ni Yang didn't say anything more and continued eating lychees, just being polite. Mo Baichuan then asked, "When did Uncle Six get home?" Chapter 862. Can you get first place like this? _3. I just returned this afternoon, Mo Chishan said. Mo Baichuan glanced at Mo Chishan, then continued, "Has Uncle Six been very busy outside lately?" Asking a universally acknowledged useless man if he has been busy is practically the same as mockery. In fact, Mo Baichuan couldn't be bothered to mock this worthless Uncle Six. He wanted to see how Ni Yang would react. How could Ni Yang not be tired after acting with Mo Chishan for so long? Mo Chishan's thin lips curled slightly, his hand still peeling a pomegranate. "So, what has Uncle Six been busy with outside?" Mo Baichuan promptly asked. "Trade secrets." Upon hearing this, the mockery in Mo Baichuan's eyes deepened. Trade secrets? Such words might pass if they came from someone else's mouth, but coming from Mo Chishan, they were truly bizarre. No wonder Mo Chishan's reputation outside was so poor. Since it's a trade secret, then I won't pry. As he spoke, Mo Baichuan's gaze swept past Anew. Anew was just like before. Her attention entirely on the plate of gleaming, jade-white lychees as if she hadn't spared him a glance from start to finish. Had she really not looked at him? Mo Baichuan narrowed his eyes, then turned to look at Grandfather Mo and Grandmother Mo before continuing. Grandpa, Grandma, I plan to get engaged to Jingrong soon. As Grandfather Mo was drinking tea, he sprayed out all the tea in his mouth upon hearing this. What did you say? Grandmother Mo was also startled. Baichuan, marriage is no trivial matter. You can't just do whatever comes to your mind. Mo Baichuan was also at the age suitable for marriage and having children. Under normal circumstances, hearing such news, the two elders would certainly be very happy. But now, they couldn't be less happy. After all, Mo Baichuan's intended fiancé was Zhao Jingrong. The outside world knew that Zhao Jingrong was once Mo Qixin's fiancé. If Mo Baichuan really got engaged to Zhao Jingrong, what would the outside world think of the Mo family? Mo Baichuan then said, Jingrong and I have been together for such a long time, I know she is a very good girl, so I want to settle the matter sooner rather than later. Claiming the engagement was a spur-of-the-moment decision. He wanted to provoke Anew. Upon hearing he was to get engaged to Zhao Jingrong, Anew definitely couldn't hold back. Grandfather Mo wiped his mouth with a tissue. Baichuan, calm down, Zhao Jingrong is not a good match. Mo Baichuan looked up at Grandfather Mo. Grandpa, Jingrong is my girlfriend, I know better than you whether she is a good match or not. In the time Mo Baichuan had spent with Zhao Jingrong, she was gentle, considerate, kind, a very qualified girlfriend. Grandfather Mo sighed. Grandmother Mo hesitated then spoke. Baichuan, Zhao Jingrong, she used to. Are you trying to say that Jingrong was once Uncle X's fiancé? Mo Baichuan said. Yes, Grandmother Mo nodded. You know that's good. All these circumstances I need not say more, you should be very clear, right? Grandmother Mo truly looked down upon Zhao Jingrong. Mo Baichuan's eyebrows furrowed slightly as he continued. The reason Jingrong broke off the engagement with Uncle Six is that Uncle Six had no ability to keep her. Moreover, she and Uncle Six were initially betrothed as children, and it's been so many years since such practices were abolished. Child engagements are already null and void, and Jingrong has the right to choose her happiness. You and Grandpa can't dismiss her as a good girl just because she broke off the engagement with Uncle Six. Grandmother Mo wanted to say something more, but Grandfather Mo raised his hand. All right, you want to get engaged to her, right? Then get engaged. We won't interfere with this matter, but let me say something beforehand. Please speak, Mo Baichuan said. Grandfather Mo continued, since you have decided to get married, don't think about getting divorced later. Our Mo family can't afford to lose face like that. You can count on me, Mo Baichuan said, full of conviction. Grandfather Mo's expression was a bit gloomy, but in front of Anew, who had been Mo Qixin's fiancée, it wasn't good to blast her openly. What if it scared the future daughter-in-law? Anew didn't want to get involved in Mo Baichuan's business and, moreover, Mo Baichuan was too conceited. If she stayed any longer, he would likely get the wrong idea again, so she proposed to leave. Besides, she wasn't suited for staying in such a situation. I'll take you, Mo Qixin said, packing the peeled pomegranate into a bag. Leaving? Mo Baichuan looked up at Anew. Was Anew feeling jealous, so she decided to leave? Chapter 863. Can you get first place like this? _4. So, was Aneyang's next step to figure out a way to sabotage his engagement with Zhao Jingrong? Watching Aneyang's retreating figure only made Mo Baichuan more determined to get engaged to Zhao Jingrong. Although he had not discussed the engagement with Zhao Jingrong, he knew she would definitely not object. After all, Zhao Jingrong was so infatuated with him. Zhao Jingrong and Anew were the same kind of person, yet they were also different. At least Zhao Jingrong dared to admit her feelings, while Anew refused to openly acknowledge hers, only resorting to underhanded tactics behind the scenes. But for some reason, he still found his gaze involuntarily drawn to Anew. Sometimes, Mo Baichuan felt like he was being unfair to Zhao Jingrong. Because he had always been using Zhao Jingrong, he wanted to use Zhao Jingrong to expose Anew. Mo Qixin walked Anew to the door. Yang, let me drive you back. I'm not comfortable with you going alone. Anew laughed. Brother Mo, I brought you here, then you drive me back, and then I bring you here again. Back and forth like this, do we even need to sleep tonight? Mo Chishan handed the bag he was carrying to Anew. Then take this.
What's this? Anew was curious. It's pomegranate. I've peeled it for you, Mo Chishan said.
Anew declined. I don't want it, even though you've peeled the skin, there are still seeds inside, too lazy to eat. Anew really liked to eat fruit, but she was particularly lazy. Fruits with lots of seeds like watermelon and pomegranate, she didn't want to bother with. Spitting out seeds was too much trouble. Mo Chishan laughed. I've removed the seeds inside as well. Anew was surprised. Really? Really? Anew fished out a pomegranate seed from the bag and tried it. Oh my gosh!
Brother Mo, you're amazing. How did you peel it like this? She never knew that pomegranate could be seedless.
Mo Chishan humbly replied. Actually, I didn't know how before either, it was all thanks to the boss' good training. On finishing, he continued. Boss, I've done such a great job, don't you want to reward me?
And maybe give me a kiss as well? How about I give you a slap as a bonus? Anew raised her eyebrows slightly.
Mo Chishan. The next day, Anew took Mo Chishan to the Wu family. Mo Chishan was very adept at handling situations. Knowing the Wu family had many children, he specifically bought a lot of white rabbit creamy candies and teddy bear biscuits, as well as several cans of milk powder. Godfather and godmother, this is my boyfriend, Mo Chishan. Anew took the initiative to introduce Mo Chishan to Wu Jinshu and Yan Erju.
Wu Jinshu and Yan Erju were both stunned.
They didn't expect Anew to have a boyfriend already. Mo Chishan reined in his sharp aura and politely said, Godfather and godmother, you can just call me Xiaoma.
Xiaoma, come, take a seat.
The house is a bit chaotic with so many kids around. Don't mind the mess. Yan Erju was the first to recover. After a while of playing, Wu Yenyun came back with her two brothers. Seeing Mo Chishan, Wu Yenyun froze, with only 4 words in her mind. Astonishingly beautiful. Throughout her life, she'd never seen anyone as good-looking as Mo Chishan. He was like a noble prince who had stepped out of royalty. Elegant and profound.
Unapproachable.
Anew said, Brother Mo, this is Yenyun, and these are her 2 brothers, Dalong and Erlong. Yenyun, this is my boyfriend, Mo Chishan. Hearing Aneyang's introduction, Wu Yenyun quickly snapped back to reality. Nice to meet you, brother-in-law. No wonder he was so handsome. He was Aneyang's boyfriend. In Wu Yenyun's mind, only someone like Mo Chishan deserved Anew. Mo Chishan nodded slightly. Hello. Wu Dalong and Wu Erlong followed suit with their greetings. Mo Chishan had brought them lots of tasty treats, and the 2 little guys really liked their new brother-in-law. After having lunch at the Wuss, Anew and Mo Chishan left. In the car, Anew asked, So what do you think, does she look like my sister? Mo Chishan nodded, a bit similar, but not as beautiful as you. Anew had the classic peach blossom eyes, while Wu Yenyun had round apricot-shaped eyes. Both had very fair skin, and their temperaments were somewhat alike, but lacking that naturally effortless charm. You're just smooth talking. You won't know if I'm sweet until you taste it. Mo Chishan didn't give Anew a chance to reject him and leaned in for a kiss. Actually, Anew had noticed, Mo Chishan really liked to kiss her, and his hands were always wandering. Chapter 864. Can you get first place like this?
_5.
But Anew wasn't put off, after all. Mo Chishan was a very normal man. A little physical playfulness was only natural for a boyfriend and girlfriend. Otherwise, it would be strange. Although Mo Chishan was often playfully physical, he was always very polite and never crossed the line. After a while, Mo Chishan continued, Where do you want to go this afternoon? I'm going nowhere in particular. What about you? Anew glanced sideways at him. Since you've got nowhere to go, then come with me to a place, Mo Chishan said. Sure, Anew replied curiously. Where are you taking me? Mo Chishan's thin lips slightly curled. To sell you. Anew raised an eyebrow indifferently. How much do you plan to sell me for? 2 cents, Mo Chishan glanced at Anew. Can't add any more. I think you just need some training. Anew stretched out her hand to pinch his face. His face turned red from her pinch, yet Emo-chishin didn't even frown. Instead, he smiled and said, "Go harder, it doesn't hurt at all." And I Yang. After a while Emo-chishin went on, "I want to take you to a brother's place."
Brother? Your older brother? And I Yang asked.
Emo-chishin shook his head. "Not a blood brother, but he has done me a great favor, closer than a real brother, lived in Shanghai for many years, and only recently came to Beijing. Remember to save me some face in front of others later."
"Don't worry," and I Yang nodded.
Before long, their car arrived at the destination.
And I Yang was amused. "Isn't this where Brother Du lives?"
"Big brother Mo. Does your brother live here?"
And I Yang asked.
"Aha," Emo-chishin nodded.
"Is his name Du Changfeng?" And I Yang queried.
Emo-chishin expressed surprise. "How did you know?" And I Yang said with a smile, "What a coincidence, I know him too." And I Yang briefly told Emo-chishin about how she knew Du Changfeng. Hearing this, Emo-chishin said with a smile, "Brother Du will surely be surprised to see you." And I Yang nodded, "I guess so." The two arrived at Demingxian. The butler here recognized Emo-chishin, and seeing N.I. Yang with Emo-chishin, the butler was somewhat surprised.
"Isn't she the one Brother Du fancied? And now she's with Emo-chishin?"
When they arrived, Brother Du was sitting in the Buddha hall reciting scriptures and striking a wooden fish. N.I. Yang mused to herself that this man really lives like a monk.
"Brother Du."
Emo-chishin walked inside. Hearing the voice of an old friend, Brother Du immediately stood up. "Peiji."
"Peiji?"
N.I. Yang frowned slightly, unaware that Emo-chishin had this name. Emo-chishin went over and hugged Brother Du. It was then that Brother Du saw N.I. Yang following behind into the room, his gaze shifting. "Brother Du, you still look the same." Brother Du twirled his Buddha beads. "You haven't changed either." Emo-chishin then said, "Oh, Brother Du, let me introduce you, this is my girlfriend, N.I. Yang."
"I hear you two know each other." "Girlfriend?"
Brother Du's expression remained unchanged. "I didn't expect N.I. Yang to be your girlfriend." He had wondered before what kind of boyfriend a woman like N.I. Yang would choose. But he never thought her boyfriend would turn out to be his close friend. He even thought, given Emo-chishin's nature, he might never marry. Suddenly, he had a girlfriend. With that said, Brother Du teased, "You're quite the lucky man." Emo-chishin smiled. "Yang, come over and greet him."
"Brother Du."
N.I. Yang approached. Since Emo-chishin called Brother Du that way, it was obviously not proper for her to call him Du Changfeng or Mr. Du anymore. Little did she expect that her impromptu rescue last time had saved someone from her own circle. "The Buddha hall is not a suitable place for conversation. Let's move over there." Brother Du gestured invitingly. "All right," Emo-chishin, holding N.I. Yang's hand, followed Brother Du's lead. The three made their way to the tea room, where Brother Du poured tea for them. The tea room was elegantly decorated, filled with antiques and furniture all crafted from precious agarwood. The air was perfumed with not just the scent of sandalwood but also with a subtle fragrance of agarwood. It was a style N.I. Yang liked. "The first day I came to Beijing, I faced danger. Fortunately, I encountered N.I. Yang. If it weren't for her, I would have been dismembered by now. This cup of tea, I toast to you and N.I. Yang." Brother Du raised his teacup. "Brother Du, you're too polite, we're all family here," Emo-chishin said. Brother Du continued, "Peiji, when did you get back?"
"I just came back yesterday," Emo-chishin replied.
Brother Du set his cup down. "I see you two seem ready for good news, planning to get married soon." Chapter 865. Can you get first place like this?
_6.
Everything depends on Yang. Emo-chishin sipped his tea. Du Jiao understood Emo-chishin very well. Hearing this, he knew Emo-chishin had completely fallen for her. The kind that couldn't be pulled back. N.I. Yang smiled and said, "I haven't even taken the college entrance exam yet. Let's talk about everything after it's over." At her words, a quick flash of light passed through Emo-chishin's deep eyes. "You have your exams in a month." N.I. Yang continued, "And that's also pending your own evaluation." Emo-chishin didn't care that Du Jiao was still there, and blurted out, "Chief, I haven't passed the evaluation yet?"
"That depends on my mood."
Emo-chishin, "Then when will you be in a good mood?" Du Jiao, twirling his Buddha beads, spoke in a faint tone. "Peiji, N.I. Yang is still young. Don't press her too hard." And don't bully her. Anew nodded. Brother Du is right. Mo Qishan said with a sense of grievance. Brother Du, you think too much. How dare I bully her? It's always been her bullying me. Du Jiao nodded slightly. I see that. After chatting for a while, Mo Qishan continued. After Yang's college entrance exams, I might need to go out for a bit. While I'm away, it'll trouble Brother Du to take extra care of Yang. Mo Qishan and Du Jiao were comrades in arms. He was very clear about the kind of person Du Jiao was, and he also trusted him completely. Du Jiao was influential. As long as he agreed, he would surely protect Anew. Of course, Du Jiao nodded. On the way back, Anew asked Mo Qishan, Are you really that comfortable leaving me with another man? Mo Qishan smiled and said, I've known Brother Du for almost 10 years. I understand his character well. Don't worry, he won't have any other intentions toward you. Anew raised an eyebrow slightly. I heard from Sister Jiao that he has 2 concubines. Ever since she met Du Jiao at Demingxian, Anew had seen her several times. Upon learning that Du Jiao had 2 concubines, Anew had labeled him a philandering womanizer. What kind of era was it that people still took 2 concubines? Mo Qishan nodded. Brother Du does indeed have 2 concubines, but that's just the surface and it doesn't define Brother Du's character. It might be related to his early experiences. Du Jiao, who had seen all walks of life, never believed in love or romantic affairs, devoting himself entirely to Buddhism, much like a monk. Over the years, no one had really caught Du Jiao's eye. Even a fairy, in Du Jiao's view, was no different from an ordinary person. To put it bluntly, Du Jiao would never fall for a woman in his lifetime. Surface appearances? Anew asked with confusion, What do you mean? Mo Qishan continued, Brother Du is the powerful Du Jiao known throughout the area and naturally can't show his true feelings, so those 2 concubines at home are nothing but a facade to throw opponents off. Anew furrowed her brows slightly. You mean, all this is fake? Mo Qishan nodded. Brother Du has never been a womanizer. Anew was a bit shocked. So I misunderstood him. But if that's the case, those 2 widowed concubines are really quite pitiful. Mo Qishan nearly choked on his own saliva. His wife sure spoke bluntly. They each get what they need, Mo Qishan continued. Brother Du needs them to mislead others. They need Brother Du's power. Being kept in Brother Du's residence ensures not only their lives are carefree, but also that their families rise in fortune as well. Anew nodded slightly. That makes sense. Mo Qishan continued. So if you need anything, you can go directly to Brother Du. Anew smiled and said, I shouldn't be able to trouble him with much. I know how capable you are. Mo Qishan pulled her into his arms. But Brother Du doesn't have many relatives or friends here, so if you have time, you could visit him in my place. Anew pinched his nose. Aren't you afraid I might run off with your Brother Du? Not scared. Mo Qishan continued. Brother Du has suffered a lot in his early years. He has experienced all facets of life, except warmth. If you visit often, you can at least keep him company and chat. In the case of anyone else, Mo Qishan would not dare take such a risk, but Du Jiao was different. Anew nodded. Okay, I understand. So it's just about offering warmth? I'm really good at that. Anew often visited nursing homes in her past life to bring warmth to the lonely elderly. Such tasks were a piece of cake for her. Half a month before the college entrance exam, there was a mock exam. During the last 2 subjects, Anew felt a bit unwell, left many questions unanswered, and left the exam room early. When the results came out, Anew still ranked first in her year. With a total score of 650, Anew scored 590. Seeing the rankings, Li Wei breathed a sigh of relief. Although Anew was first, she was only 5 points ahead of him. During the exam, he had a fever and wasn't feeling well, leaving some questions unanswered. If he had been in better shape. Chapter 866. Dominance to Death, both cool and beautiful. Upon hearing this, another teacher curiously leaned over and asked, What happened? How come Anew only scored in the teens for physics and history? Normally, Anew had never scored so low. By her side, Aneyang's homeroom teacher, Teacher Su, said, she wasn't feeling well and handed in her paper early. No wonder, said the teacher who had spoken. Old Sue, it looks like this year's top student in our city will definitely be Ni Yang from your class. Teacher Sue adjusted her glasses and replied modestly, "There's always someone better than the best. It's too early to be certain." Zhang Chong felt very uncomfortable when he heard this. Ni Yang was someone he had introduced to the school, and the top student was from their class. The feeling was like having won a 5 million jackpot but losing the lottery ticket. Terrible. As the exam drew closer, Ni Yang seldom visited the shop these days and was thoroughly revising at home. She hadn't taken part in the 1985 college entrance examination and didn't know what it was like, but she knew there would definitely be text completion questions in Chinese. Reading comprehension, classical Chinese interpretation, and essay writing didn't scare her. It was the text completion that she dreaded the most. So she had been cramming for Chinese at home these past few days. Then, in the blink of an eye, the day of the college entrance examination arrived. July 7th. The college entrance examination is a major turning point in life, and both the Zheng family and the Shangguan family took it very seriously. Old Master Zhang, Madame Zhang, and the Dowager Madame Shangguan all wanted to personally escort Ni Yang to the examination room, but she refused them, saying that the whole family showing up would be too grand. "Grandmas, Grandpa, Mom and Dad, don't worry," she said. "It's just an exam. Why are you more nervous than I am? Having Big Brother Mo with me is enough." "Then why hasn't Xiaomar arrived yet?" Madame Shangguan asked anxiously. "He should be here soon," Ni Yang replied. "I arranged to meet him at the intersection up ahead. I'll go on ahead." Madame Zhang grabbed Ni Yang's wrist. Yang, are you sure you don't need us to accompany you?" Ni Yang smiled and said, "Really, I don't. I have Big Brother Mo with me, and it's not like I'm alone." Seeing Ni Yang so composed and not at all nervous, Madame Zhang also breathed a sigh of relief. "Then we will make something delicious at home and wait for you tonight." Ni Yang nodded. Just like it had been arranged, as soon as Ni Yang stepped out of the front door, Mo Qishan arrived in his car. Ni Yang opened the car door and got in. "Why are you driving today? Where's Wu Daming?" Ni Yang asked, puzzled. Mo Qishan replied, "Because it's the college entrance examination. Wu Daming's sister is also taking it this year, so he went back to accompany her." Ni Yang nodded. You wouldn't expect Daming to be such a good brother. At this time, the countryside still held a strong preference for sons over daughters. It was very difficult for a family to let a girl take the college entrance examination, unlike in later generations where men and women were treated as equals and female university students were everywhere. Before long, they had reached the examination room. The examination room was at a certain middle school in Beijing. There were many parents there to send off their children, most of whom had come by bicycle. There were very few who, like Mo Qishan, had arrived by car. For a moment, this garnered many lingering glances. Fortunately, the atmosphere in Beijing was gradually becoming more open, and it wasn't rare to see couples secretly holding hands on the street. Rewind a few decades, and a young couple like Ni Yang and Mo Qishan would have been subjected to public criticism. Mo Qishan carefully checked the pencil case, making sure that all the stationery and her admission ticket were in place. Then he said, Yang, don't be nervous. I will be right here waiting for you when you come out." "I'm not nervous. You, on the other hand, are sweating, Big Brother Mo, and you're not even the one taking the exam." Ni Yang stood on her tiptoes and used her sleeve to wipe away the beads of sweat on Mo Qishan's forehead. Being so close, she could smell a fresh mint fragrance mixed with a subtle scent of tobacco. "I'm heading in," Ni Yang continued. "Wait a moment," Mo Qishan said, catching Ni Yang's wrist. Ni Yang looked back slightly. "What is it?" Mo Qishan held her hand with one hand and took off the watch from his own left wrist with the other, placing it on her wrist. "Wear this and you can check the time during the exam." The men's watch was large, making her fair wrist look even more delicate and exquisite. "I'm off then," Ni Yang said, shaking the wristwatch. "Good luck." "Don't worry," Ni Yang nodded, smilingly replied. "I will, Big Brother Mo. See you later." Mo Qishan waved at her and watched as her figure disappeared at the school gate. Chapter 867. Dominantly awesome, both cool and beautiful. _2. Ni Yang walked to the examination room with her things. The examination rooms of the 80s, although lacking the electronic gadgets of later generations and without the need for security checks, were still very solemn affairs. In a large classroom of 60 square meters, only 20 desks were placed, spaced generously apart. With 4 proctors on duty and rotating inspectors overseeing the room, cheating was all but impossible. Anew Yang's seat was by the window in the first group. As the exam had not yet begun, murmurs quickly spread from the surrounding. Beauties, regardless of the era, would always receive special treatment. My God, which school is she from?
She's so pretty. Idiot. Didn't you see the uniform? She's from Third City Middle School. Third City Middle School. Could she be the school beauty? Hearing the words school beauty, someone curiously asked, "What school beauty?" "The one from Third City Middle School. I think her name is Anew Yang. Our cousin goes there too, and he said that their school beauty is really amazing. She often ranks first." "Really? Wah."
The whispers rose and fell, but Anew Yang, as if not hearing them at all, twirled a black pen in one hand and rested her chin in the other, gazing out the window. A breeze lifted her waterfall-like black hair as a serene expression rested on her clear-cut face. The room only returned to quiet when the proctor walked in with the exam papers. "Students, quiet down now," said the proctor. "Please place your pencil cases on the desks. We're going to start checking them." In the future, students would use transparent pencil bags during national college entrance exams, but at that time, there were none, and pencil cases were standard. To prevent cheating with notes hidden inside them, teachers inspected every pencil case before the exams. Everyone set their pencil cases on the desks, and the proctors divided into 4 groups, meticulously checking, careful not to overlook anything. 10 minutes later, the distribution of exam papers began. The first exam was Chinese, from 9 to 11:30. The examination room was incredibly quiet, save for the sound of rustling writing. Chinese was not stressful for Anew Yang. Even the text completion section posed no challenge, as the time spent studying Chinese texts had not been in vain. The essay portion was more interesting. It was to write an essay based on the philosophy contained within an ancient poem, with a self-determined stance and self-created title. The poem was Pear Blossoms by the Eastern Fence, by the Northern Song Dynasty poet, Su Shi. The most classic lines from the poem were, "Melancholic is the snow on the eastern fence. How much of life can be discerned and understood?" Anew Yang's brows quirked up slightly, and as if struck by inspiration, she settled on the title of her essay, Youth Fleeting. In the 2.5-hour exam, Anew Yang finished all the questions in an hour and a half. However, leaving early was not permitted, so after thoroughly reviewing her answers twice, Anew Yang spent the time doodling on scratch paper. She had wanted to sleep, but this was the National College Entrance Examination Room, after all, and openly sleeping might affect the other students. A proctor passed by Anew Yang and noticed her drawing. Firstly impressed, then shook their head in resignation. Although her drawing looked decent, this was an exam after all, and these exams determined one's future path in life. How could she be so carefree? That was irresponsible to her own life. An hour quickly passed, and outside it was the peak of the sun's strength. The scorching heat was uncomfortable. As soon as Anew Yang stepped out of the door, a shadow enveloped her from above, and the burning sensation on her skin immediately lessened considerably. It was Wuxia coming over with an umbrella. Yang, you must be burning up. Have an ice pop first." Anew Yang replied with a smile. "It's okay, it wasn't hot in the classroom. I didn't realize it was so hot outside." "Where did the ice pop come from?" "Over there." Wuxia pointed towards the roadside. At that time, ice pops were sold out of insulated boxes, and knowing today was the day of the National College Entrance Exam, the seller had timed his arrival perfectly. At the moment, the uncle was surrounded by a crowd. Anew Yang turned her head and raised an eyebrow in surprise, struggling to imagine Wuxia jostling with so many people for an old-fashioned ice pop. Taking a bite of the ice pop handed to her, the coolness was refreshing and the flavor classic, loaded with memories. "Brother Mo, want a bite?" Anew Yang offered the ice pop to Wuxia's lips. The two had already kissed, so sharing an ice pop was naturally not a concern, and moreover, Wuxia had bought only one ice pop precisely to share it with Anew Yang. Chapter 868. Dominantly awesome, both cool and beautiful. _3. They shared the popsicle, taking turns, and quickly finished it. Since they had math and English exams in the afternoon, the two did not go home but found a restaurant to eat. After lunch, Xianxia found a guest house for them. Anew rested for over an hour at noon and then returned to the examination room. As Anew studied science, the afternoon math exam was half an hour longer than the Chinese exam. The next morning they had exams in physics and history, and in the afternoon, chemistry and politics. The third day concluded with the biology exam in the morning. After 3 consecutive days of exams, when Anew walked out of the examination room on the afternoon of the third day, she felt much more relaxed. Just then, a male student hurried to catch up with her. "Excuse me. Could you wait for a moment?" Anew looked back and saw a young boy around 17 or 18 years old, with a shy smile on his face. "Are you calling me?" Anew asked. "Yes," the boy nodded and introduced himself. "I am Xianxia, a student from the second city high school. We were in the same examination room. You were in the first group, I was in the second." Throughout the 3 days of exams, Xianxia had noticed Anew. Whenever he encountered a tough question, all he needed to do was look up to see her profile. Her profile was as exquisite as a painting, more beautiful than the scenery outside the window, and it was comforting. On the first day of exams, Xianxia wanted to strike up a conversation with Anew but never found the courage. Today, being the last day, he knew he'd never get another chance if he didn't act now. Anew did not reject this friendly advance. "I'm Anew, from the third city high school." Xianxia continued, "Is it Anew as in individual and Yang as in fireworks?" "Yes." Anew nodded. Keeping pace with Anew, Xianxia asked, "Anew, where do you live?" Before Anew could answer, Xianxia added, "I live in the south part of the city. It's convenient to go anywhere from there. How about we walk home together?" Outside the school gate, Xianxia was eagerly waiting for Anew. When he finally spotted her, his face lit up, but then darkened rapidly when he saw Xianxia with her. Anew looked up at Xianxia and said, "No need, my boyfriend is waiting over there for me." "Boyfriend?" Xianxia was stunned. You have a boyfriend?" Anew nodded. "Yes," pointing towards Xianxia. "That's him." Following the direction of Aneyang's finger, Xianxia saw a distinguished figure holding a black umbrella, dressed in a crisply ironed suit, his handsome face and slightly upturned delicate eyes shining coldly. Despite the heat of summer, he gave off a chill. Xianxia, frightened, withdrew his gaze, feeling a sudden inferiority. Such an outstanding man. How could he compete? His unstarted first love died in its cradle, leaving Xianxia very unreconciled. "Is he really your boyfriend?" "Of course." "I need to go now," said Anew, and she jogged away. Xianxia watched as Anew ran up to Xianxia, who considerately covered her entirely with his umbrella and tenderly swept her bangs behind her ear. So, they really were boyfriend and girlfriend. Xianxia felt suffocated, a heavy, stifling feeling. The scene looked very loving to those around. In fact, Xianxia was using the opportunity to touch her hair to question Anew. Yang, who was that just now?" His voice gradually filled with jealousy. Anew, with a slight dimple showing, jested, "Oh my, who spilled their vinegar here? It's so sour." Yang, do you think him too old?" Xianxia continued to inquire. There was a 10-year age difference between him and Anew. Before confirming their relationship, he had always been worried about this. "Not at all," seeing Xianxia turn serious, Anew took his hand. "Emo, you are great. You are outstanding and handsome to boot. I wouldn't dislike you." "Really?" Xianxia asked. "Really?" Anew nodded. Xianxia followed up. "Who was that person just now?" Anew responded, "Just another student in the examination room. I don't even know his name." Anew had a good memory, and she would not forget Xianxia easily. She said this just to cheer her Mr. Mo up. Chapter 869. Dominantly awesome, both cool and beautiful. _4. You really don't know? Xianxia's dark expression lightened a bit. Really, I swear. Anew held up 3 fingers. Xianxia continued. Then what were you just talking to him about? You two seemed quite happy chatting. Anew replied, I told him my boyfriend has arrived. Didn't you see me pointing at you just now? With that explanation, Mo Qishan was completely relieved. What shall we have for lunch? Anew thought for a moment, then said, let's go to Color and Fragrance. I've been craving tiramisu.
All right.
This was Mo Qishan's third visit to Color and Fragrance. Color and Fragrance was a renowned restaurant in Beijing, and though it hadn't been open for long, it had revolutionized the dining scene in the city. Yang, Color and Fragrance is your business, isn't it?
Mo Qishan turned to look at Anew.
Anew was surprised and asked, Mo brother, how did you know? Mo Qishan had been particularly busy for a while, and Anew wanted to keep it low-key, so she hadn't told Mo Qishan about Color and Fragrance. But to her surprise, Mo Qishan had guessed it. His thin lips curved slightly. I recognized your style at first glance. An old era had just ended, and at this time, the national sentiment favored Western culture. Vintage culture was seen as old-fashioned and rotting, and few would decorate a restaurant in a traditional Chinese retro style, let alone employ Hanfu costumes as a uniform for the waitstaff. Mo brother, you're really smart, Anew offered her praises without stinginess. Of course, Mo Qishan adopted Aneyang's usual arrogant tone. Otherwise, how could I be your Mo brother? Time flew by, and before they knew it, another week had passed. After spending over a month with Anew, Mo Qishan had to get busy again. Before he left, Mo Qishan took Anew to visit Grandpa Du just like last time. Grandpa Du was sitting in the Buddha hall, chanting scriptures. Hearing the familiar sound of the wooden fish, Anew whispered, Mo brother, is your big brother Du renouncing worldly pleasures?
Mo Qishan nodded. It's very possible.
However, big brother Du still has many things to sort out.
I guess he won't become a monk anytime soon.
As they were walking towards the Buddha hall, footsteps were heard from behind. Yang.
Anew looked back slightly.
Sister Jiao. Mo Qishan nodded slightly. Du second sister. Du Jiao looked at them. Yang, are you really with this guy?
Yes, Sister Jiao.
Du Jiao continued. I thought he would never marry. This is really disappointing.
Mo Qishan used to be quite ascetic.
Although Grandpa Du was not intent on celibacy, passing through a myriad of flowers without a single leaf touching him, Mo Qishan was thoroughly indifferent to women, not even having a female assistant around. At one point, Du Jiao doubted if there was something wrong with Mo Qishan's health. Otherwise, at his age in the prime of life, how could he not like women? So when Du Jiao heard that Mo Qishan and Anew were together, she thought it was a joke made by Grandpa Du, but it turned out to be true.
Mo Qishan remained composed. Du second sister, you jest.
Du Jiao said with a smile. Our Yang is so beautiful, you can't let her down.
Don't worry, Du second sister.
Du Jiao went on. I'm relieved with your words. While they were talking, Grandpa Du, holding Buddha beads, walked out from the Buddha hall. Peiji is here. Big brother Du Jiao said. The weather is nice today, not hot and with a breeze.
A younger sister of mine came over too.
Why don't we sit in the garden?
All right, Grandpa Du nodded.
Anew and Mo Qishan were guests, and guests followed their host's lead, so naturally, they had no objections. Du Jiao's good friend from Shanghai was called Fu Xiaoshuang. She was 21 this year, very pretty, petite and delicate, with finely drawn eyebrows like willow leaves and light lipstick, the epitome of a wealthy and pampered lady. Her soft-spoken manner could melt into one's bones. Fu Xiaoshuang had pursued Mo Qishan for a while, to no avail, so now she had set her sights on Grandpa Du. Although Grandpa Du already had 2 mistresses, she didn't mind. She was more confident in winning over Grandpa Du than Mo Qishan. After all, Grandpa Du was a man known for indulging in pleasures. To become the matron of the Du family was to rule over the flourishing Shanghai. Thereafter, it would be her Fu family's domain. Chapter 870. Dominant and Dead, Both Cool and Beautiful.
_5.
Seeing Mo Qishan walking over hand in hand with Anew, Fu Xiaoshuang was quite surprised.
Wasn't Mo Qishan known for not liking women?
She had pursued Mo Qishan for over a year, but not once did he even glance her way. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, Mo Qishan was with someone else.
Fu Xiaoshuang was somewhat unable to accept it for a moment.
In terms of timing, she was the one who knew Mo Qishan first. Logically, it should be her who ended up together with Mo Qishan. Although Du Jiao's father was also a good catch, he already had 2 mistresses.
What man in today's society still has multiple wives and concubines? In Fu Xiaoshuang's heart, she favored Mo Qishan slightly more, having given up on him previously because she thought he didn't like women. Had she known Mo Qishan liked women, she wouldn't have given up on him. Yang was the only one unaware of Fu Xiaoshuang, so Du Jiaojiao took the initiative to introduce them. Xiaoshuang, this is my good friend Yang. Yang, this is my little sister Fu Xiaoshuang. She's 2 years older than you can just call her Sister Fu. Sister Fu. Yang. Fu Xiaoshuang, who easily warmed up to people, immediately followed Du Jiaojiao and called out. The group sat down at a stone table in the garden, sipping tea and chatting leisurely. Fu Xiaoshuang seemed quite interested in Yang, constantly engaging her in conversation. Yang faintly felt that something was off about Fu Xiaoshuang but still greeted her with a smile. Du Jiaojiao's father looked up at Fu Xiaoshuang, a tinge of darkness flashing in his eyes, rotating the Buddha beads in his hand. Refill Miss Fuss cup, please. Of course. The servant by their side immediately poured tea for Fu Xiaoshuang. Fu Xiaoshuang wished she could dig up Yang's ancestors. She had no interest in drinking tea at that moment. Du Jiaojiao pressed down on Fu Xiaoshuang's hand. Xiaoshuang, drink your tea first. She hadn't expected Fu Xiaoshuang to still be hung up on Mo Qishan. Had she known it would be like this, she wouldn't have suggested going to the back garden to drink tea. Du Jiaojiao deeply regretted it. On the way back, Mo Qishan took the initiative to explain to Yang that Fu Xiaoshuang once pursued me. If she bothers you again in the future, just ignore her. Oh, I was wondering why Fu Xiaoshuang was acting so strangely, Yang had a sudden realization. So she's interested in you. Mo Qishan looked at Yang in surprise. Yang, aren't you the least bit angry? He had thought Yang would be very angry after hearing this. But instead, Yang showed no reaction at all. Didn't Yang's lack of anger mean she didn't care about him at all? Was she about to ask for a breakup next? Mo Qishan imagined 100 different possibilities, knitting his brows into a chuan shape. Yang raised an eyebrow slightly, her lips curved with a gentle dimple. Someone liking you shows you're charming, and it also proves I have good taste. Why should I be angry? Besides, it's Fu Xiaoshuang's freedom to like who she wants. We don't live by the sea, so how can we be so controlling? Mo Qishan blanked for a moment. What does that have to do with your good taste? You dunce. Yang laughed. It obviously means I have good taste in picking boyfriends. Really? Mo Qishan suddenly became excited. That meant there was still a whole group of people out there wanting to chase after him. Yang continued. But, you mustn't give them any undue hints and must keep your distance from them. You must always remember that you have a girlfriend. If I see you two timing, we break up on the spot. Yang was by no means joking. Although she liked Mo Qishan, if he ever betrayed her, she would break up immediately, cutting through the mess without a second's hesitation. Hearing the last 2 words, Mo Qishan's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly said, Wife, don't worry, I promise I want 2 time. Those gaudy women out there. I promise I won't take a second look. If I take a second look, may lightning strike me. Seeing Mo Qishan taking it so seriously, Yang laughed. Brother Mo, I know you're not that kind of person, I'm just laying it out in advance just in case. Mo Qishan looked back at her earnestly. There won't be a just in case. The next day, Mo Qishan boarded a plane to F country. It was Yang who took him to the airport. Also accompanying them was Du Jiaojiao's father. Brother Du, please take care of Yang for me. Du Jiaojiao's father nodded, rest assured. Yang, I'm leaving. Mo Qishan went over to hug Yang, and lastly, planted a kiss on her face. Chapter 871. Dominantly awesome, both cool and beautiful. _6. Mo Qishan held her and seemed reluctant to let go, and Yang reminded him, Brother Mo, your boarding time is approaching, it will be delayed soon. Mo Qishan sighed and said in a low voice, Yang, I can't bear to leave you. Don't worry, I'll write to you, and I'll call you when I can, Yang said. In an era where communication tools were not well developed, making international calls was not easy. Writing letters was also inconvenient as it took a long time for them to arrive. Mo Qishan tightened his arms and hugged Yang firmly before finally letting go. It was only after Mo Qishan's figure disappeared at the boarding gate that Yang turned to leave.
Brother Du, let's go. Okay. Du nodded and followed Anew. The weather was very hot. Today, Anew was not wearing a cheongsam but a simple white shirt and jeans. Even in such a simple outfit, she still caught everyone's eye, especially standing next to Du, who was clad in commoner's clothes. Throughout their walk, countless people turned to glance at them. Anew glanced sideways. Aren't you hot wearing so much? In the 6th and 7th months of the lunar calendar, the scorching sun was high in the sky, and it was the hottest time. She felt hot even in a thin shirt, but Du seemed unaware of the heat. He still wore his commoner's clothes and cloth shoes, and oddly enough, there wasn't a single bead of sweat on his forehead. Not hot. Du twirled his Buddha beads. I was born with a cold constitution, immune to heat and cold. Really? Anew expressed her doubt. Do you want to check it? Du reached out his hand that was holding the Buddha beads. Anew paused. How could I verify that? Du raised an eyebrow. Aren't you a doctor? Anew had previously taken dust pulse, but she hadn't noticed this peculiarity then. Could there really be such a thing as a natural cold constitution? While walking, Anew reached out to touch Dust's wrist and listened intently to his pulse. Your pulse seems to be different from that of a normal person. Du withdrew his hand. That's the cold body constitution. Anew continued. Someone with your type of body would be more suited for medical research. What do you mean? Du asked. Anew explained. Simply put, it means that after you pass away, donating your body to medical researchers for dissection could lead to new breakthroughs in China's medical history. Anew hadn't planned on having much interaction with Du, but she had promised Wuxia to bring some warmth to this lonely old man. Life as a lonely elder was not easy. Du twitched his eyebrows. You're cursing me to die. Life and death are the common states of human existence, Anew continued. I'm certainly not cursing you. Du, twirling his Buddha beads, agreed. You're right. While they were speaking, they reached the outside of the airport. The car was parked outside. Brother Du, Miss Anew, the driver said as he promptly opened the door for them. That morning, it had been Du who picked up Wuxia. Du was a very considerate man and, worried Anew might be uncomfortable, he took the front passenger seat. Anew sat in the back seat. Having talked with Wuxia all the night before and not sleeping well, Anew was seated alone in the spacious back seat. She fell asleep within 3 minutes of getting in the car. A clear, picture-like face could be seen from the rear-view mirror. Keep the speed down, Du instructed the driver in a low voice. Sure, the driver responded, immediately slowing down. The car drove slowly down the street when suddenly, hiss! The car, mid-drive, came to a stop. The sudden jolt woke Anew. Have we arrived? The driver, careful not to upset Du, replied. Not yet, it seems the car has broken down. I'll go check. With that, the driver opened the door and stepped out of the car. Anew followed suit. The driver lifted the hood and inspected it, fiddling around for quite a while without success. It seemed Du was growing impatient as he also opened the door and got out. What's the matter? The driver said. The problem seems serious. Brother Du, we might have to walk back. The airport was located in a remote suburb, no village in front nor a store in back, and they had no communication tools with them. It looked like they truly had to walk back. It's 30 kilometers from here to Demingxian, Du stated flatly. 30 kilometers? That probably meant walking all day. The driver fell silent. He feared he might lose his job. Just then, Anew walked over to the front of the car and looked down, then said, Hand me the screwdriver. Miss Anew, you know how to fix cars? The driver was surprised but immediately handed Anew the screwdriver. Chapter 872. Dominant and Dead, Both Cool and Beautiful. Under 7, I know a little, Anew took the screwdriver. In this era, where would you find a woman who can repair cars? Anew, in her past life, was never married and didn't have a boyfriend. She liked to go on road trips, and of course you need to know a bit about car repair for that. In case the car broke down on the road, she could fix minor issues by herself. Mr. Dust's expression was indifferent. Can you fix it? Anew took the screwdriver handed over by the driver and quickly twisted off a part from the car. I'll give it a try, but don't hold out too much hope. Be prepared to walk back at any moment. Wrench! Anew spoke again. In no time, those pale white hands were smeared with black dust and gasoline. The contrast of white and black was striking and highly conspicuous. After roughly 10 minutes, Anew, with a screwdriver and wrench in hand, carefully scratched her nose and raised her long legs to close the hood of the car. That posture. It had an indescribable coolness. Cool and beautiful. The driver was stunned. How long must her legs be to manage that move? The driver couldn't help but look down at his own legs. Anew put the wrench and screwdriver back into the toolbox and said to the driver, "Go ahead and give it another try." The driver nodded, pulled open the driver's door, inserted the key, and started the engine. "It's working. Miss Anew, you're really amazing." The driver was very excited to see the car start successfully. Anew, uncharacteristically humble, said, "I just got lucky and stumbled upon the solution." Getting into the car, Mr. Du said without looking back, "Anew, do you know how to drive?" "Yeah," Anew nodded. Recalling a certain image, Mr. Du continued, "Then your driving must be pretty good, right?" "It's decent." Anew kept it modest. "You're too modest," Mr. Du said. Anew agreed with a nod. "I think so too." Mr. Du. About 10 or so minutes later, they stopped in front of the Zhang family's house. Anew greeted Mr. Du and then pulled the car door open to get out. As soon as she got out, Zhang Xianjing came over from the other side. "Yang. Sister Xianjing," Anew greeted with a smile, like a carefree young girl. "Who's sitting in the car?" Zhang Xianjing asked, even though she already knew. "Mr. Du," Anew answered. Zhang Xianjing continued, "There was a misunderstanding between Mr. Du and me last time. I'll go and say hello to Mr. Du." As she spoke, Zhang Xianjing had already approached the car door. "Mr. Du, do you remember me? I am Yang's sister, Zhang Xianjing." Zhang Xianjing always felt that Mr. Du must be interested in her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given her such a big gift when they first met. "Drive," Mr. Du ordered the driver to go, as if he hadn't seen Zhang Xianjing at all. What Zhang Xianjing was left with was only the dust flying all around. Zhang Xianjing's features were twisted in anger. Anew feigned ignorance. "Sister Xianjing, are you okay?" Zhang Xianjing mustered a small smile. "I'm fine, Yang. Didn't you promise to explain things to Mr. Du for me last time? Why does he still treat me this way when he sees me now?" Anew took Zhang Xianjing's hand. "I did explain for you. Don't lose heart. Sister Xianjing. I believe that if you persevere, Mr. Du will eventually let go of his prejudices against you." Zhang Xianjing narrowed her eyes, sensing that Anew might be toying with her. An illusion? It must be an illusion. Today was Saturday, and after dinner, Anew followed Anew Tsuehua and Shangguan Dehui, along with little Anew, to the Shangguan family. Zhang Suyu had been feeling quite well these past few days, so she sat at the dinner table with everyone during the meal. Suddenly, Zhang Suyu started foaming at the mouth, fell to the ground, and began convulsing in a somewhat terrifying manner. Mr. Zhang and Mrs. Zhang were startled and immediately put down their chopsticks, but they dared not touch Zhang Suyu, fearing they would cause further harm. They quickly turned to the servants. Niao Ma, hurry and call Dr. Jiang." Zhang Suyu's condition was very critical at the moment, and Anew immediately went over to administer first aid. Zhang Lingling said, Yang, you can't treat mental illnesses. Let's wait for Aunt Jiang to come. What if Aunt Suyu gets worse under your treatment?" Anew didn't say a word. She looked up at Anew Tsuehua. "Mom, can you please go get my medical kit from my room?" She never allowed the house's servants to touch her medical kit, and only Anew Tsuehua knew where it was. "Okay." Anew Tsuehua nodded and immediately went upstairs to get the medical kit. Zhang Lingling was beside herself with worry. Yang, don't mess around. This is not the time to show off. Mom, Dad, you guys need to persuade Yang. Zhang Lingling was still somewhat concerned about Anew, especially after learning of Aneyang's medical skills. If only they hadn't let Zhang Suyu, this ticking time bomb, stay. She regretted it. Zhang Lingling clenched her fists. Mrs. Zhang said, "Lingling, don't worry. Although Yang is young, she knows what she's doing." After speaking, Mrs. Zhang continued, Yang, how is your grandma doing?" "She was fine just now. How could this happen to her?" This was the first time Zhang Suyu had ever had such a problem. Yang's face looked grim. The situation isn't very optimistic.
It seems it's time to try the 13 ghost points.
But there were still many things about the 13 ghost points technique that Yang hadn't fully figured out yet, and she wasn't 100% sure she could cure the condition. Hearing her words, Mrs. Zheng's face turned pale. Then what do we do?
Chapter 873. Zhang Suyu woke up.
Yang's eyes lifted slightly. Grandma, don't worry, I will do my utmost effort to cure Great Aunt.
Okay.
Great Grandma Zheng nodded, her eyes unable to hide her concern.
Hearing this, Zhang Lingling sighed with relief.
From the meaning of Yang's words, she knew that there wasn't much confidence in her ability to cure Zhang Suyu. Shortly after, Cuihua brought Yang's medical box down from upstairs. Yang took out sterilized medical cotton from the box and wiped the froth from Zhang Suyu's mouth. She wiped meticulously, her expression not showing the slightest disdain, as if she were not afraid of getting dirty. After a series of emergency measures had been taken, Yang instructed 2 servants to carry Zhang Suyu upstairs. Old Master Zhang, Great Grandma Zhang, and the others also followed upstairs. The room was fitted with an air conditioning unit, and the cool breeze was blowing gently, not feeling stuffy at all, but Zhang Suyu's forehead was still beaded with layers of fine sweat. Yang pressed her hand on Zhang Suyu's pulse and frowned slightly. Now, Zhang Suyu's problem was not only psychological, but her health was also in great jeopardy. In this situation, treatment needed to be administered as quickly as possible. Yang wrote a prescription and handed it to Cuihua. Mom, please go purchase the medicine listed here.
Okay.
Cuihua nodded. I'll drive you there, Shangguandehui said, following Cuihua's steps. Not long after Cuihua left, the sound of hurried footsteps and Dr. Jiang's voice came from the doorway. Ching, what happened to Suyu? As soon as Dr. Jiang entered, she firmly grasped Great Grandma Zheng's hands, her wrinkled face full of worry. This made Yang inexplicably think of Snow White's stepmother. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but Yang felt there was something very wrong with Dr. Jiang. Great Grandma Zheng truly regarded Dr. Jiang as a dear sister, her eyes instantly reddened. Suyu's condition is very bad. I'll go check on her, Dr. Jiang comforted. Don't worry, Suyu will certainly be all right.
Okay.
Great Grandma Zheng nodded. Carrying a medical box, Dr. Jiang approached the bedside. Has Yang already examined your great aunt?
Yang nodded.
Zhang Lingling quickly said, Aunt Jiang, Yang practices traditional Chinese medicine and doesn't have much research in mental diseases.
Please examine Aunt Suyu quickly. Don't delay her treatment.
Dr. Jiang smiled and said, Lingling, don't worry. I find this child Yang to be very steady. Medical skills are passed down from generation to generation, and the essence remains the same. Whether it's Western medicine or traditional Chinese medicine, each has its own quintessence. Somehow, hearing Dr. Jiang say this, Zhang Lingling's originally nervous heart immediately calmed down. Since Dr. Jiang was going to examine Zhang Suyu, Yang did not stop her but stood up to give Dr. Jiang her place. Dr. Jiang took out a stethoscope, sphygmomanometer, and thermometer and pressed them against Zhang Suyu's body. Her technique was very professional. Clearly, she was a very experienced old doctor. Zhang Lingling then asked, Aunt Jiang, how is Aunt Suyu? Dr. Jiang put down the stethoscope and spoke kindly. It's all right. Thanks to Yang's timely emergency measures, Suyu is now out of danger. That's good. Zhang Lingling said, Aunt Jiang, we're entrusting Aunt Suyu's care to you. Dr. Jiang continued, I have to say, I'm embarrassed. Although I've been practicing medicine for many years and have spent my life as a doctor, my medical skills do not even compare to half of Yang's. Yang, you should continue treating your great aunt. Grandma Jiang, you flatter me too much, Yang said humbly. I am just starting out, barely understanding the basics. How can I compare to you? You've been practicing for so many years and have a wide range of knowledge.
What kind of cases haven't you seen?
Zhang Lingling was anxious for Dr. Jiang to treat her, but Dr. Jiang kept insisting that Yang should do it. Dr. Jiang appeared kind-hearted, but in truth, she had a hidden agenda. The more Yang observed, the more she felt something was off. Dr. Jiang smiled at Great Grandma Zheng. Ching, your granddaughter is truly clever and articulate, just like you when you were young. We don't see such modest young people nowadays. Great-grandma Zhang also felt very gratified to hear someone praise Anew. Yang takes after her great-aunt. Suyu was also smart when she was young, it's a pity. Suyu was temporarily short-sighted. In Western medicine, this is called depression. In the end, because her inner conflict remained unresolved, she ended up like this. In her youth, Zhang Suyu was a talented woman, but after experiencing betrayal and heartache, she never recovered. Chapter 874. Zhang Suyu woke up. _2. Upon hearing this, Aniyang's eyebrows slightly raised. This Dr. Jiang was really no ordinary person. He even knew about depression. It seemed that he must have read quite a few books on psychiatry. Madame Zhang sighed and continued, Xiaoyan, how is Suyu doing now? How confident are you? Dr. Jiang said, I was not joking when I said my medical skills are not as good as Yang. I'm not confident I can cure Suyu's illness. Why not let Yang have a look? As he spoke, Dr. Jiang added, Aching, your granddaughter will be successful one day. You just wait and enjoy the blessings she brings. Then I'll take your auspicious words. Madame Zhang turned her head to look at Yang. Yang, since your grandma Jiang says so, why don't you take a look at your auntie-grandma? Okay. Yang nodded. Dr. Jiang maintained a smile. I wonder, Yang, how confident are you in curing your auntie-grandma? Probably only 10%, Yang answered. 10% confidence. This statement made Madame Zhang's brow twitch. Zhang Suyu was only 55 years old. Dr. Jiang looked at Yang and said, It's really the younger generation that's to be feared. In my hands, your auntie-grandma might not even have a chance for a 0.5% recovery, but in Yang's hands, there's a 10% chance. Detecting the flattery in his words, Yang said, Grandma Jiang, you're being too modest. It's just that my abilities are limited, Dr. Jiang sighed. I'm old now, and my medical skills aren't what they used to be. It's the younger generation's world now. Zhang Lingling frowned slightly and said, Aunt Jiang, what are you saying? Auntie Suyu has always been under your care. If it weren't for you over these years, Auntie Suyu might have. Dr. Jiang interrupted Zhang Lingling, his tone still cheerful. Lingling, thank you for holding Aunt Jiang in such high regard. But in life, you can refuse anything except old age. In medicine, it's said that metabolism is constant. Life is the same. It's about old thoughts gradually vanishing, while new ones grow. Isn't there also that saying? The blue is made out of the indigo, but is more brilliant than it. Zhang Lingling nodded. You're right. Yang held the gold needle in her hand and looked up at Zhang Lingling, her gaze subtly sweeping over Dr. Jiang. Something was not right with Zhang Lingling, nor with Dr. Jiang. These two, in one accord, seemed very suspicious. Yet, when all their words were put together, there was no tangible problem to pinpoint. After a long time had passed, Enai Tsuehua and Shangguan Dehui returned. Madame Zhang quickly asked, Ting, have you bought the medicine? Enai Tsuehua nodded. It's already been bought, and it's being prepared in the kitchen now. After speaking, Enai Tsuehua then saw Dr. Jiang. She was taken aback at first, then greeted Dr. Jiang, Aunt Jiang. For some reason, every time she saw Dr. Jiang, Enai Tsuehua felt a strange sensation inside. It was as if she had seen Dr. Jiang somewhere before. Ting is back. Dr. Jiang was always very kind, no matter who she saw. Because Madame Zhang was worried about Zhang Suyu, it was Zhang Lingling who escorted Dr. Jiang out. After Zhang Lingling had left, Enai Tsuehua curiously asked, Mom, did I ever meet Aunt Jiang when I was little? No, Madame Zhang shook her head. When your Aunt Jiang came from M country, you were no longer by my side. Enai Tsuehua had been missing for several months when Madame Zhang's sister and brother-in-law met with their accident. Before that, Dr. Jiang had been abroad. After speaking, Madame Zhang continued, Ting, why do you ask? Enai Tsuehua replied, Nothing much, it's just that Aunt Jiang looked so familiar, as if I've seen her somewhere before. Maybe I'm remembering it wrong. Madame Zhang nodded. I see. Yang felt something was amiss and asked, Grandma, how did you know Grandma Jiang? Recalling the past, Madame Zhang's face showed her years, and with a sigh, she began to recount that period of time. Upon hearing her, Yang said, So when Grandma Jiang brought back my grand-aunt, we had already been missing for several months? Madame Zhang said, More than 3 months. When did great-aunt and great-uncle meet with their accident? Anew continued to inquire. Madame Zhang thought for a moment and then said, "It was probably the second month after your mother went missing. Back then, communication was not advanced, and neither was transportation, so by the time we received the news, your great-aunt and great-uncle's funerals had already been dealt with." Chapter 875. Xianxia regains consciousness. _3. Grandma Jiang had been living in M country before this? Anew followed up with another question. Yes. Mrs. Zhang nodded and continued. Back in the day, your great-aunt and Grandma Jiang were as close as real sisters. Later, when your great-aunt passed away, Grandma Jiang, fearing that returning would renew her grief, never went back and stayed in Beijing. So there was no chance for my mom to meet Grandma Jiang, Anew said. Mrs. Zhang continued, "That's why I said perhaps your mom was mistaken." "Grandma, where did you and Grandpa work in the beginning?" Anew asked. "In Yicheng," Mrs. Zhang replied. Mentioning that sorrowful place made her feel uncomfortable. Anew frowned slightly. "But my mom grew up in Haicheng, Grandma. Haicheng is over 3,000 kilometers from Yicheng." Haicheng is over 3,000 kilometers from Yicheng. In times with developed transportation, it takes 2 days and nights by train, 9 hours by high-speed rail, and 4 hours by plane. In an era of extremely poor economic conditions and transportation options, how could a 3-year-old girl possibly cross 3,000 kilometers? There was a big problem with this. Mrs. Zhang's eyes reddened slightly. "Actually, when I first saw your mom at the state-run big hotel, I felt she was my daughter, especially little Yun. She looked exactly like your mom when she was young. But later, when I asked your mom where she was from, and she said she was from Haicheng, my heart felt half cold." Mrs. Zhang thought the same as Anew at that time. It was impossible for a 3-year-old girl to travel so far. "It wasn't until the DNA result came out that I dared to confirm that your mom was my daughter. Now that I think about it, she might have been abducted by child traffickers to Haicheng." Anew shook her head. At that time, the preference for sons over daughters was at its worst. My mom grew up in the countryside, and my maternal grandfather's family wasn't well off. They wouldn't have spent money to buy a daughter. So, the probability of child traffickers is practically zero. In China, the preference for sons over daughters only started to improve after the year 2000. Before that, nearly 2/3 of families preferred sons over daughters. There were rampant cases of abandoning baby girls. Which child trafficker would waste their energy to steal a girl, and then sell her to the countryside? Even traffickers would normally sell to families that were well off and unable to have children. Anew grew up in a rural area with harsh conditions, never even attending school as a child. If you look at the issue from another angle, you would realize that someone wanted to ruin Anew, ensuring she'd never have a chance to succeed in life. Upon hearing this, Anew said, Yang, actually when I was younger, your grandfather's family wasn't that poor." Anew frowned slightly, "But in my memory, Grandpa's family was poorer than our old home, with just 2 earthen rooms that leaked whenever it rained." Anew continued, "Your grandfather's family had quite good conditions until I was 11. Later, he got hooked on opium, and that's when our family's fortune gradually dwindled away." "Then why didn't Grandpa send you to school?" Anew asked. Anew chuckled bitterly. "You know what our place was like, typical preference for sons over daughters. Little girls around my age, including Aunt Danny, none of them went to school." Anew furrowed her brows slightly and then said, "Mom, when did you start to remember things?" Anew continued, "I was particularly slow as a child. I didn't start remembering things until I was 8 or 9 years old." That was a bit strange. Ordinary children start to form memories by the ages of 5 or 6. Children with a bit more talent start remembering things around the ages of 3 or 4. Anew was not slow. If she were, she wouldn't have been able to learn to read so quickly, nor would she have mastered English so swiftly. Meanwhile, Zhang Lingling escorted Dr. Jiang out the door. After making sure no one was around, Zhang Lingling finally spoke. "Aunt Jiang, why didn't you treat Aunt Suyu just now?" Not feeling reassured about Anew? Dr. Jiang looked up at Zhang Lingling. "Yes." Zhang Lingling nodded her head. Dr. Jiang kept a smile on her face while her ears stayed alert to the sounds around her. "Anew has excellent medical skills, so don't worry." "How can you ask me not to worry?" Zhang Lingling was anxious. "You know very well." Dr. Jiang interrupted Jing Lingling before she could finish. You child, how come you only grow older but not wiser? I think even Xianjing has more sense than you. Chapter 876. Zhang Suyu regains consciousness. _4. Zhang Lingling remained silent. The doctor continued. It's a good thing Xianjing isn't like you. Xianjing is very smart. She just tends to be a bit impatient sometimes and needs to temper herself. After saying this, the doctor added, although your mother didn't say anything, I can tell that she has become guarded against me. If I get involved in Suyu's matters, what will happen? Well, you should be very aware of that without me saying anything. The doctor was a clever person, and she could tell Anew Yang was also clever. That young lady, despite her tender age, was by no means naive. Hearing this, Zhang Suyu turned pale. Does my mother not trust even you now? The doctor looked at Zhang Lingling. Lingling, remember this, outsiders will always be outsiders. If it were you, would you believe your own daughter's words, or would you trust an outsider? But you're different. Zhang Lingling interjected. You and she have been close friends for over 30 years, closer even than relatives. How could she treat you like this? The doctor had weathered many storms with her for over 30 years. How could this old hag be so heartless? To even doubt the doctor. The doctor wasn't angry at all and said with a smile, people are all self-interested. Actually, there's nothing wrong with that. I just want to tell you that I can't intervene in this matter. But Anew Yang said she is 10% sure. 10% sure means there's a glimmer of hope. If you don't step in, then we can only sit and wait for doom. What's the rush? The doctor's face remained benevolent. Lingling, have you ever heard this saying? Zhang Lingling was not in the mood to play guessing games with the doctor and asked bluntly, what saying? The doctor smiled. A tree dies when moved, but a person lives on. What do you mean by that? Zhang Lingling was a bit confused. The doctor looked back at the Zhang family villa and continued, Anew Yang is currently in charge of Suyu's condition. During this time, try to visit the kitchen as little as possible, and if you must go, avoid doing so when medicine is being prepared. Also, if you're going to visit Suyu, it's best to do it with your sister, or accompany your mother. Never leave any backlash that people could talk about. Is it really necessary to make it so complicated? Zhang Lingling felt the doctor was making a mountain out of a molehill. Very necessary, the doctor insisted. The Zhang family of today is not the Zhang family of the past. Especially do not underestimate Anew Yang. That young lady might only be 19, but she can handle 10 of you easily. Finally, the doctor added, I never misjudge people. Yet Zhang Lingling didn't feel Anew Yang was impressive at all. She's just been lucky to catch the eye of Mr. Tuesday. It's pretty shameless, really. On one hand, she's all lovey-dovey with that useless Mo Qishan, and on the other, she's flirting with Mr. Tuesday. I don't know what Mr. Tu sees in her. If it weren't for Anew Yang, Xianjing would now be Mr. Tu's lifesaver. That is Anew Yang's skill, the doctor said. In any case, do not underestimate Anew Yang. After thinking a bit more, the doctor continued. I remember there was a time when Xianjing and Mo Qishan were quite close. What about now? Zhang Lingling replied. Don't worry, that's all in the past. Xianjing isn't stupid. How could she waste time on someone like that loser Mo Qishan? That's good, the doctor said, stopping in her tracks. I'll leave you here. Go back quickly. Remember what I said, and don't get too involved in Suyu's affairs. Zhang Lingling was somewhat worried, but if I don't get involved, what if? The doctor said with a smile. Even if something happens, isn't that child still there? Lingling. We'll always find a way to keep her quiet. Right. Zhang Lingling's eyes lit up, and she instantly felt relieved. Take care on your way. The doctor headed towards the intersection, where a young man on a bicycle came to pick her up. Auntie. Jigang is here, the doctor said with a smile. This person was Jiang Jigang, the doctor's nephew, 22 years old. Jiang Jigang was usually lazy and gluttonous, addicted to gambling, and was so desperate for money at times that he would even hit his own parents. But he dared not offend the doctor lightly. Because the doctor was not only wealthy but also backed by the Zhang family. Jiang Jigang then said, My dad sent me to pick you up for dinner at our place. All right, the doctor settled herself on the back seat of the bicycle. Chapter 877. Zhang Suyu regains consciousness.
5. Because Zheng Suyu's condition was very bad. So the next day, Anew began to prepare to use the Ghost Gate 13 needles. Ghost Gate 13 needles involved not only medical problems but also metaphysical issues. Anew had looked up quite a bit of material during this time and found that many people had suffered the backlash of the Ghost Gate 13 needles. Only people blessed with continuous fortune could perform the needling. After her resurrection, Anew had once saved 2 people's lives. Before her resurrection, she was also charitable, having supported many orphanages and impoverished regions, using her medical skills to treat many people. She should be considered a person with blessings. Anew prepared all the tools and then said to the elders Zhang at her side, "Grandpa, Grandma, I am going to perform acupuncture on Great Aunt now. Please leave for a while, and during this time, don't let anyone in." The Ghost Gate 13 needles were most taboo against disturbances from outsiders. Elder Zhang nodded his head. "Okay, Yang, you do the acupuncture with peace of mind. Your grandma and I will stand guard outside the door, and we won't let anyone come in." "It's hard on you and Grandma. It's what we should do." As long as his sister Zhang Suyu could get better, Elder Zhang was willing to do anything. Elder Zhang left with Elder Mrs. Zhang, and in the blink of an eye, only Anew and Zhang Suyu, who was lying in bed, were left in the room. Anew first took out her self-made ointment. The ointment was light yellow, not smelling of medicine but rather of a faint fragrance of flowers. This was an ointment Anew had made from gathering various flowers, along with Solomon's seal and fleeceflower root, specially for Zhang Suyu's illness. According to ancient texts, using this ointment while performing the Ghost Gate 13 needles would produce twice the effect with half the effort. Anew dabbed a bit of ointment with her finger and then slowly twirled it onto the tip of the needle. A total of 13 gold needles. They corresponded to Ranzhong Acupoint, Shaoshang Acupoint, Yinbai Acupoint, Daling Acupoint, Xinmai Acupoint, Fengfu Acupoint, Jiacha Acupoint, Chengjiang Acupoint, Laogong Acupoint, Xianxia Acupoint, and Huiyin Acupoint. Under normal circumstances, only 1 needle could be used per day, but Zhang Suyu's condition was very bad right now, so Anew had to take the risk of completing all 13 needles in one day. The ancient texts recorded, for illnesses caused by 100 demons running wild, there are 13 acupoints that must be known. Always start with Ghost Palace, then proceed with Ghost Trust, and all will answer. First needle Ranzhong, second Shaoshang. This first needle required extreme caution upon caution. Moreover, the layout of the Ghost Gate 13 needles was different from ordinary acupuncture. The method for the first needle was, diagonally insert the needle from the bottom up, 3 to 5 fin deep. If it exceeded 5 centimeters, the accuracy of the subsequent 12 needles would be for naught, even if they were precisely placed. Anew sat in front of the window, slowly angled the gold needle into the Ranzhong acupoint, gently twirling it. The next second, she suddenly let go. The depth of the needle was exactly 5 centimeters. Anew immediately picked up the second gold needle. Then the third needle, the fourth needle. Minutes and seconds passed, the cool breeze wafted through the room, yet beads of sweat still appeared on Anew's forehead. No wonder the ancient text said that the Ghost Gate 13 needles were extremely sinister, where only 1 needle could be used per day, and at most not more than 3 needles. Anew had only inserted 6 needles and already felt that her physical strength was almost at its limit. Anew steadied her spirit, then picked up the 7th needle. The 7th needle was Jiacha Acupoint. The needling method was to pierce directly from outside to inside to a depth of 1.5 centimeters. 1.5 centimeters was a bit difficult to judge by the naked eye, especially under Anew's current state of fatigue. Anew squinted her eyes, swiftly and accurately inserted the needle into the Jiacha Acupoint, exactly 1.5 centimeters, not a fraction more or less. For the following 6 needles, Anew did not encounter any problems. During this time, Zhang Lingling came once, saw the door tightly closed, and seeing Elder Zhang and Elder Mrs. Zhang guarding the door with grave faces, she asked, "Dad, Mom, what's going on?" Elder Zhang was not in the mood to talk. His brow deeply furrowed. Elder Mrs. Zhang concisely explained the situation. Zhang Lingling felt panicked inside, wondering if Zhang Suyu was really going to wake up. This couldn't be. She had to get ready. "I was originally planning to come and see Aunt Suyu, but since Yang is performing acupuncture on her inside right now, I won't disturb them." With that,
Zhang Lingling turned and walked downstairs. After descending the stairs, she secretly called Dr. Jiang. Approximately 3 hours later, the room door opened. A large beam of sunlight shone in from outside the door, dispelling the gloom inside the room, and lighting Ni Yang's pale face almost to transparency. Chapter 878. Zhang Suyu is awake. _6. The 13 ghostly needles had drained her of too much energy. She was too tired now. Seeing Ni Yang like this, the elderly Mrs. Zhang was startled. Yang, are you all right? The elderly Mr. Zhang was also deeply frightened and quickly instructed the servants. Hurry and call the doctor. No need, Ni Yang rubbed her temples. Don't call the doctor, I'm fine. Grandpa, Grandma, you should go in and check on Aunt Suyu. After all, as someone who had been reborn, Ni Yang didn't take this slight fatigue to heart. Has your aunt awakened? Mr. Zhang asked. Ni Yang nodded. Yes. Mr. and Mrs. Zhang, brimming with excitement, hurried into the house. Just then, Zhang Lingling came upstairs from below and upon hearing this, excitedly said, Has Aunt Suyu awakened? Oh Yang, you are really amazing. Zhang Lingling followed Mr. and Mrs. Zhang into the house. Inside, Zhang Suyu had indeed woken up. She was sitting up in bed, her gaze no longer as empty and lifeless as before but filled with a touch of sadness and sorrow. Mrs. Zhang's eyes instantly turned red. Suyu. You're better now, aren't you? You're back, aren't you? Zhang Suyu looked at the elderly Mrs. Zhang in front of her, first stunned, then perplexed. Old lady, who are you? Mrs. Zhang's eyes widened, unbelievingly staring at Zhang Suyu. Suyu, don't you remember who I am? Zhang Suyu shook her head. And me? Suyu, do you remember who I am? Mr. Zhang leaned in close to Zhang Suyu. Zhang Suyu stared intently at Mr. Zhang, surprised. Brother! You're my brother. Brother! How did you become like this? In her memory, her brother was very handsome. Even in middle age, he was still vibrant. The elderly man in front of her, bent over, his face full of wrinkles, his hair completely white, was vastly different from the brother in her memory. Suyu! Mr. Zhang could no longer restrain himself and embraced Zhang Suyu. Brother, what happened to you? Are you sick? For a moment, Mr. Zhang released Zhang Suyu, his eyes red as he looked at Nayang. Yang, what happened to your aunt? Nayang continued. During the acupuncture, there was a rejection reaction, causing Aunt Suyu to lose her memories of the past 30 years. So, the way she remembers you is still from 30 years ago. Zhang Suyu seemed confused by Nayang's words. Brother, who is she? Suyu, this is Tingting's daughter, called Yang, Mr. Zhang said. Tingting. Zhang Suyu thought for a moment. Wasn't Tingting lost? Has she been found again? Seeing his sister truly recover, Mr. Zhang was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. We found her, Suyu. We have already found Tingting. Zhang Suyu had just woken up, and everything felt cloudy and unclear. Her past was all very vague. Like a dream. Zhang Lingling got closer and said to Zhang Suyu, Aunt Suyu, do you remember me? I'm Lingling. I have a daughter named Xianxia. When she was little, you used to hold her often. Lingling? Lingling. This voice sounded like an incantation, and the scene in front of her began to merge with a scene in her mind. Zhang Suyu's pupils constricted. Suyu, you finally woke up. Do you remember me? I am Jiang Yan. The doctor entered from outside. Zhang Lingling, Jiang Yan. Tears welled up in Zhang Suyu's eyes in that instant. She remembered. She remembered everything. At that moment, Dr. Jiang hugged Zhang Suyu tightly and choked out, Suyu, you finally woke up. Finally woke up. That's wonderful. I knew Yang would definitely find a way to cure you. Zhang Suyu's entire body trembled as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. Just as Zhang Suyu was about to push Dr. Jiang away, Dr. Jiang held her tightly, his gaze gradually turning cold, and in a very low voice said, Do you remember that poor child? Poor child? What child? Yang subtly moved her ear and clearly caught this phrase. She knew something was not right with Dr. Jiang. It seemed that the matter would have to start with this child. She must not spook anyone for now. Yang narrowed her eyes, a sharp gleam reflecting in them. Normally, such a quiet voice would be inaudible to ordinary people, but Yang was no ordinary person. Ever since her rebirth and saving lives, her senses had been several times more acute than those of an average person. After hearing this, Zhang Suyu's tightly clenched fist gradually relaxed, her blood seemed to flow backward, she bit her teeth tightly, almost unable to control herself, and muttered with her head down, "I don't remember, I've forgotten you." Dr. Jiang's eyes reddened. "How can you just forget like that?" "Suyu, I am Jiang Yan, you used to call me Xiaoyan." "I don't remember." Zhang Suyu pulled the blanket around her and shrank back. "Suyu, take a good look at me." Aunt Suyu patted Dr. Jiang on the shoulder. "Suyu has even forgotten me, it's normal for her to forget you too, as long as she is all right, that's all that matters." Dr. Jiang wiped away his tears, looking at Zhang Suyu. "Aching is right, as long as she is all right, that's what matters. We can think about the rest slowly. I believe one day you will remember me." Next, Aunt Suyu introduced Anew Yang and Zheng Lingling to Zhang Suyu, and mentioned the events that had happened over the years in the Zheng family. "Suyu, Tingting and her husband De Hui have gone to her husband's family. I have already sent someone to notify them, they will come back tonight." Zhang Suyu nodded. "I would like to rest now, you all should leave," Dr. Jiang said with concern. "Suyu, then rest well, I will come see you tomorrow." Aunt Suyu sighed, somewhat worriedly said, "Suyu, then we will leave first, but if you need anything or remember anything, make sure to call us." Zhang Suyu said nothing more, lay down, and covered her head with the blanket. It seemed like she was avoiding something. After everyone left, Zhang Suyu hid under the blankets, and soon, low sobs could be heard from within the blanket. Constrained and oppressive. Downstairs, Dr. Jiang greeted Aunt Suyu with a smile. "Aching, I always said your granddaughter is smart. I treated Suyu for so many years without results, but as soon as Yang stepped in, Suyu woke up." Aunt Suyu too smiled broadly, her daughter was found, and Zhang Suyu had awoken. She had no regrets left in this life. Chapter 879. Cunning Yang Grandma Zhang said with a smile. "This child is indeed clever, certainly smarter than this old lady. It's our family's good fortune from the past life to have such a wonderful granddaughter." Zhang Lingling looked at Anew Yang, her features nearly contorting with jealousy and anger. Anew Yang had become a treasure, while Zhang Xianjing was now mere grass. Who in the vast Zheng family even remembered Zhang Xianjing now? Before Anew Yang's arrival, Zhang Xianjing was the only granddaughter of the Zheng family, a master in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and a famous socialite within their circles. After the last birthday banquet, however, Zhang Xianjing had become a laughingstock. It was Anew Yang who had stolen everything from Zhang Xianjing. Had it not been for Anew Yang, Zhang Xianjing would still be the sole heir to the Zheng family. Now, Zhang Lingling wished she could just strangle Anew Yang. Dr. Jiang was right. The most difficult person to deal with in the Zheng family was Anew Yang. Anew Yang, seeming young, actually had a high level of cunning, more difficult to deal with than 100 Anew Quihuas. Without Anew Yang, Anew Tsuehua wouldn't even be able to stand a chance against the Zheng family. Anew Yang felt a bit dizzy and stood up, saying, "Grandpa, Grandma, I'm feeling a bit lightheaded, I'll go upstairs to rest for a while." Old Master Zhang hurriedly stood up saying, "Of course, go ahead, and we'll call you when it's time to eat." Anew Yang nodded and walked upstairs. The 13 ghost needles were very draining, and Anew Yang almost fell asleep as soon as she lay down on the bed. Dr. Jiang didn't stay long at the Zheng families either. Chatted with Grandma Zheng for a while, and then left. Just as Dr. Jiang got home, Zhang Lingling and Sun Wu showed up right on her heels. Now that Zhang Suyu had awoken, Zhang Lingling was, of course, anxious. And she wasn't the only anxious one. Sun Wu was too. Sun Wu had lived more than 20 years of good life, and if Zhang Suyu spilled everything, without the big tree of the Zheng family to lean on, what would become of him? Would he have to go back to facing the cold winds of the northwest? Dr. Jiang looked at Zhang Lingling slightly surprised. "Why are you here?" Zhang Lingling placed her bag on the coffee table. "Aunt Jiang, as you've seen, Aunt Suyu's condition is worrying. What do we do now? We can't just sit around and wait for death, can we?" Dr. Jiang poured Zhang Lingling a glass of water. "We've gotten through many years, what's the rush?" Where did Zhang Lingling have the mind to drink water now? Holding the cup she said, "Aunt Jiang, I think Aunt Suyu seems to have realized something. If this continues, and she recalls everything one day, we're all finished." The more Zhang Lingling thought about it, the more panicked she became, her face turning pale with fear. You're not wrong, Dr. Jiang nodded. Xianxia has indeed recovered all her memories. Even Dr. Jiang hadn't expected Ni Yang's medical skills to be so proficient, enough even to cure Xianxia's hysteria. From the beginning, she hadn't underestimated Ni Yang, only to find she had still underestimated her in the end. Ni Yang was even more formidable than she had imagined. Crash! The cup in Zhang Lingling's hand fell directly to the ground, shattering into pieces. Suyu. Aunt Suyu really remembered everything? Really? Before Dr. Jiang could finish her sentence, Sun Wu sprang up from the sofa. It's over. We're done for. We need to flee right now. Is that really all the backbone you have? Dr. Jiang looked at Sun Wu, speaking sternly. Running away is the most cowardly solution. After all these years of hard work at the Zheng family, do you really want to end up as street rats that everyone wants to bash? With that said, Dr. Jiang turned to look at Zhang Lingling. And you? Lingling, you've been with the Zheng family for 35 years, and Xianjing is already 21. How can you still be like before, making no progress at all? Losing your head over a little trouble. With this attitude of yours, how do you expect to push out Ni Yang and become the matriarch of the Zheng family? Dr. Jiang was smiling as she said this, but Zhang Lingling saw no warmth in that smile. Zhang Lingling opened her mouth, then continued. So what should I do? Xianxia had already awakened, and those dark secrets would inevitably surface one day. For Zhang Lingling, the current Xianxia was like a time bomb, capable of detonation at any moment. She wasn't Dr. Jiang, she didn't have such a strong heart. Don't worry, Dr. Jiang took a syringe out of the medicine box, squeezing out the excess air inside. Xianxia won't dare to speak carelessly. Seeing Dr. Jiang like this, a sudden thought seemed to strike Zhang Lingling. Right, there's also that child. As she spoke, she continued. But what about Ni Yang? Ni Yang is so clever. She will definitely notice something. Chapter 880. Cunning Yang_2. Dr. Jiang laughed, then plunged the cold syringe directly into his own arm, slowly pushing the plunger as the transparent liquid seeped into his vein. Then let's make her the second Xianxia. The second Xianxia? Sun Wu's eyes lit up. That's a good idea. It saves me from having to look at their family of 4, which I find so unpleasant. Before Shangguan de Hui arrived, Sun Wu was the only son-in-law of Master Zhang and Madame Zhang. Now with Shangguan de Hui around, who was capable and ambitious, Sun Wu distinctly felt a change in Master Shangguan and Madame Shangguan's attitude towards him. Zhang Lingling frowned. It's easier said than done. Ni Yang is not Xianxia, someone we can easily manipulate. Dr. Jiang opened his eyes. You think Xianxia was a pushover? Before this, Xianxia was known throughout Beijing as the talented woman of Beijing. Back in the day, Xianxia enjoyed limitless prestige. And in the end, she still ended up as the crazy old woman that everyone despised. The difference between a talented woman and a mad woman is but a single thought. So what do you plan to do? Zhang Lingling looked at Dr. Jiang. Let the most harmless person in the Zhang family do it, Dr. Jiang said. Zhang Lingling narrowed her eyes. Are you referring to Aunt Suyu? Dr. Jiang laughed outright. Lingling, you finally caught on for once. Will she listen to you? Zhang Lingling countered. Dr. Jiang said, I can't frequent the Zhang household, so you need to handle this. Strike the snake at its weakest spot, and now Xianxia's weakest spot is that child. Sun Wu said, but that child isn't. Shut up. Dr. Jiang directly interrupted Sun Wu before he could finish. Sun Wu quickly shut his mouth. Zhang Lingling nodded. I think I know what to do. Here, take this. Dr. Jiang handed Zhang Lingling a white glass bottle. Before Zhang Lingling could speak, Dr. Jiang continued. This liquid is colorless and tasteless. Give it to Xianxia. I believe she will find a way to make Ni Yang drink it. Okay. Zhang Lingling reached out and took the glass bottle. Dr. Jiang added, Ni Yang is a doctor herself and much more sensitive to medications than most people. Tell Xianxia to make Ni Yang drink it in 3 separate doses. Zhang Lingling nodded and then said, Xianxia recovered from a severe illness before. What if this medicine has no effect on Ni Yang? Dr. Jiang looked at Zhang Lingling and countered. Lingling, do you know who the safest person in this world is? Zhang Lingling paused, not catching on. Dr. Jiang continued. The dead are the safest in this world. Realizing the deeper meaning in Dr. Jiang's words, Zhang Lingling's face turned pale with fright. Do we really have to do this? Although Zhang Lingling also wished for Anew to die, she was more afraid of going to jail. The consequences would be unimaginable if this were to be discovered. This was also why she had never truly acted against the old Zhang couple. Patting Zhang Lingling's shoulder, Dr. Jiang reassured, to prevent an accident like what happened to Xianxia, we have no choice but to do this. Lingling, don't let being too kind become your greatest weakness. If you had been decisive earlier, instead of being indecisive, things wouldn't have ended up like this. Now you only have two choices. Either Anew dies, or your whole family perishes. Zhang Lingling was ashen. Sun Wu, usually a docile man, was not afraid at all. Aunt Jiang is right. Lingling, you have always been too indecisive. If we had taken care of those two old folks back then, where would Anew, that little wench, get the chance to cause trouble? Zhang Lingling's legs trembled. This way, we will end up in jail. Seeing Zhang Lingling's hesitant demeanor, Dr. Jiang became somewhat irritated. Dr. Jiang snatched the glass bottle from Zhang Lingling's hand. If you are too scared, then let's forget about this. After all, you are not a blood relative of the Zhang family. Let the Zhang fortune go to Zhang Tingting and Anew. Sun Wu quickly interjected. Aunt Jiang, please don't be angry. Lingling is just confused momentarily. Zhang Lingling stood there stunned. With Sun Wu's persuasion, Dr. Jiang's expression finally softened a bit and then he said, with Xianxia taking the heat up front, what are you afraid of? Following Dr. Jiang's lead, Sun Wu said, Lingling, Aunt Jiang is right. Even if things are exposed later, there's still that crazy woman Xianxia. What are you scared of? It's not you who is poisoning Anew. Chapter 881. Cunning Yang_3. If, just if. There are no ifs. Dr. Jiang impatiently interrupted Zhang Lingling's words. Lingling, do you think you'll be safe if you don't do this? Have you forgotten what you've done before? If Anew finds out about those things, wouldn't even one of them be enough to put you behind bars? Zhang Lingling was stunned again. Dr. Jiang sighed deeply, speaking earnestly. Lingling, it hasn't been easy for us to get to this point. I don't want you to give up the glory and wealth before your eyes so easily, letting it fall into someone else's hands. The hardships of over 30 years of wind and rain, only those who've experienced it could truly understand. Sun Wu quickly said, even for Xianjing's sake, we have to fight. Xianjing is used to living as a wealthy lady. Going from luxury to frugality is hard. If she loses the Zhang family, how will she live in the future? Are you willing to let Anew take away everything that belongs to Xianjing? Unwilling. How could Zhang Lingling be willing to let Anew take away what belonged to Zhang Xianjing? Aunt Jiang. Zhang Lingling looked up at Dr. Jiang. I'll listen to you. Dr. Jiang nodded in satisfaction. I'm old, wealth and power are fleeting to me. I'm doing all this for your family of 3, Lingling. While we still have a hold over Xianxia's Achilles heel, you must seize this opportunity. Understood. I appreciate all your hard work. Zhang Lingling nodded. Meanwhile, Anew had been asleep for over 2 hours, and by the time she woke up, it had already grown dark outside the window. After sleeping, Anew felt much better. She washed her face in the restroom and changed into clean clothes. As Anew was about to head downstairs, there was a knock at the door. Yang. It was Aniquihua's voice. Anew went to open the door. Mom, when did you come back? Aniquihuа was holding a tray with slices of bread and milk. I've been home for a while. Dinner won't be for a bit. Have some bread to tide you over. Anew picked up the bread and milk, then asked, Did you visit Grandma? I did, Aniquihua nodded. Grandma doesn't seem to be doing very well. Anew frowned subtly. Is Zhang Lingling home? You child, how can you call her by name like that? Aniquihua continued, It would sound so bad if others heard it. While Zhang Lingling was indeed acting duplicitously, she hadn't openly made things difficult for Anew. In the eyes of others, she was still a good aunt. If someone overheard Anew calling Zhang Lingling by name, they might misjudge her as an ingrate. Anew knew Aniquihua's concerns and said with a smile, Don't worry, I was just saying it behind her back, no one will hear. When I got back, I didn't see her. Not just her, Sun Wu wasn't home either. Wang Suyu had just woken up the second before, and this couple had disappeared right afterward. It was almost impossible not to suspect something. Where did they go? Anew took a sip of milk. I don't know, Anew shook her head. Mom, have you noticed anything strange about Zheng Lingling and Dr. Jiang? Anew continued. What do you mean? Anew asked. Just very strange. Anew finished her last sip of milk, then said, Mom, let's go visit Grandma. Okay, Anew nodded. The mother and daughter left the room and headed toward Zhang Suyu's room. Anew reached out to knock on the door. Aunt Suyu, it's Ting Ting, may I come in? I'm very tired, let's talk about it tomorrow, Zhang Suyu's voice came from inside. Anew looked up at Anew. Anew shook her head. Let's leave it for now. It was too soon to rush things with Zhang Suyu just waking up. The mother and daughter headed downstairs. As they descended, they saw Zhang Lingling and son were returning home with Zhang Xianjing. Seeing Zhang Xianjing, old lady Zhang exclaimed in surprise. Xianjing, weren't you supposed to have classes today? Why have you come back now? I was fetched by my mom and dad, said Zhang Xianjing. I heard Grandma woke up, is it true? This explained why Zhang Lingling and Sun Wu had vanished as soon as Zhang Suyu woke up. Aniyang's lips curled subtly. This couple still had some brains. No wonder there's a saying in detective studies. Those who seem the most normal are often the most abnormal. Chapter 882. Cunning Yang_4. From an outsider's perspective, this family of three had nothing remarkable about them. The husband was honest and unassuming, almost without presence. The wife was adept in socializing and took great care of the elderly. Their daughter was bright and generous, an outstanding student at a well-known university. What could possibly be wrong with such a family? Mrs. Zhang nodded and said with a smile, It's true. Xianjing said excitedly, That's wonderful. I'm going to go up and see Great Aunt right now. Having said that, Xianjing rushed upstairs without delay. Not long after, Xianjing came back downcast. Great Aunt said she's very tired and wants to rest some more. Mrs. Zhang smiled and said, As long as you have this filial heart, it will be the same if you visit your Great Aunt tomorrow. Xianjing nodded. At mealtime, Suyu didn't come down. Mrs. Zhang instructed a servant to take the food up to Suyu. Anew stood up and said, I'll go. With that, she took the platter from the servant's hand and headed upstairs. Upon reaching Suyu's door, Anew knocked. After a while, Suyu's voice came from inside. Who is it? Anew said, Great Aunt, I've brought you something to eat. I'm coming in. Anew turned the doorknob and entered. Suyu wasn't lying in bed but was sitting at the dressing table. Reflected in the vanity mirror was a face worn with the marks of time. Great Aunt, it's time to eat. Anew set the dishes on the table. Grandma says these are all your old favorites. Please come and see if they suit your taste. Suyu turned and walked over. You're Ting Ting's child, Yang? MHM. Anew nodded. Yes, it's me. Suyu smiled, her eyes inscrutable with either sorrow or joy. When I was still lucid, Ting Ting was just a child. In the blink of an eye, her child is all grown up. It's like a dream. Anew spoke softly. Malarial vapors rise like fire, and time speeds like a carriage. Decades pass in a flash, and seen from another perspective, life is but a dream. Suyu gave her an astonished look. Yang, I heard it was you who cured me. Anew didn't deny it but simply nodded. Thank you, Suyu said, then added, Have a seat yourself. Anew sat down on the stool. Great Aunt, there have been many changes outside over the years. How about I take you out for a walk tomorrow? Suyu shook her head. No need. Are you avoiding something? Anew asked bluntly. Suyu's hand holding the chopsticks paused. After raving mad for so many years, what could I possibly be avoiding? I just don't want to go out, that's all. Like that child, Anew said in a measured tone. Suyu abruptly put down her chopsticks, her eyes reddening as she said, What are you talking about? Anew looked at Suyu. Great Aunt, rest assured, I'm not colluding with Dr. Jiang. I'm here to help you. Please tell me, what exactly happened 30 years ago? From the current situation, it was clear that Suyu was the only one who knew the truth. I don't know what you're talking about. Suyu picked up her chopsticks again and continued to mechanically feed herself. Anew continued, Great-aunt, is the state you're in now the work of Dr. Jiang and Zhang Lingling? My grandma has been good to them already. Why would they do this? Suyu didn't respond to Aneyang's words. If you don't answer, I will take it as your agreement, Aneyang pressed on. Who is that child? Just give me a little clue, and I'm sure I can uncover the whole truth. Suyu remained silent, like a machine devoid of emotion, just eating. Aneyang frowned slightly and decided to use a different tactic. Judging by Suyu's reactions, what she cared about most was that child. Staying silent won't solve anything and might even harm that child. Don't tell me you're willing to watch that child meet with misfortune. From what I understand, neither Zhang Lingling nor Dr. Jiang is known for their compassion. Just then, Suyu hurriedly finished the rice in her bowl, looked up at Aneyang, and said, I don't understand what you're saying. What child? I don't know anything. I need to rest now. Please leave. Great-aunt, are you sure you don't want to say anything? I know that you're starting to recover your memories. There's nothing to say. Suyu pushed Aneyang towards the door. I don't understand anything you're saying. Chapter 883. Cunning Yang_5. You're gambling with that child's life. Aneyang continued. People like Dr. Jiang and Zhang Lingling, they have no credibility. Zhang Suyu pushed Aneyang outside and with a thud, closed the door. Aneyang didn't say anything more, fearing that the noise here might attract the attention of Zhang Lingling downstairs. Zhang Suyu was far more stubborn than she had imagined. Inside the room, Zhang Suyu leaned against the door and began to weep. In the evening, Aneyang knocked on old Madame Zheng's door. Yang. Old Madame Zheng looked at Aneyang with some surprise. Aneyang smiled and said, I've come to bring you and Grandpa some nourishing tea. Old Madame Zheng said, Come in. Your grandpa isn't in the room. Where did Grandpa go? Aneyang asked. Old Madame Zheng casually closed the door. He went to talk with your great-aunt, to see if she can remember anything. Aneyang set the tray down on the table and then said, Grandma, I came over to talk to you about great-aunt's situation. Hearing this, old Madame Zheng became very anxious. What's wrong? Is there something the matter with your great-aunt? Aneyang shook her head. No, don't worry. That's good. Old Madame Zheng sighed in relief. The granddaughter and grandmother sat down on the sofa. Old Madame Zheng took a sip of the nourishing tea and smiled. This tea is good, very refreshing and without a medicinal taste, which I hate the most in teas. Upon finishing, old Madame Zheng continued, Yang, you just mentioned something about your great-aunt? Aneyang followed up. Great-aunt has regained her memory. Old Madame Zheng straightened up in shock. Really? Aneyang nodded. She's just afraid to admit it. Old Madame Zheng found this somewhat confusing. Why wouldn't she admit it? Because there's someone in the family threatening her, Aneyang said. Old Madame Zheng frowned slightly. Someone in the family threatening her? Who would threaten your great-aunt? Aneyang didn't hide it and directly said, I suspect it has to do with Dr. Jiang and Auntie. Dr. Jiang? Zhang Lingling? Old Madame Zheng was stunned for a moment. These two people, one had been her close friend for over 30 years, and the other was the daughter she had raised for over 30 years. Yang, how can you say that? Aneyang explained the situation with the child to old Madame Zheng. Grandma, I heard it very clearly at the time. It was Dr. Jiang threatening great-aunt, which is why she's afraid to admit she has regained her memory. Child. Old Madame Zheng's brows furrowed deeply. Yang, is it possible you heard wrong? Your great-aunt is still unmarried. How could she have a child? And, why would Dr. Jiang threaten your great-aunt? What would their motive be for such actions? For a moment, old Madame Zheng struggled to believe Aneyang's words. In her view, Zhang Lingling and Dr. Jiang had no motive to do such things. Perhaps Aneyang had misunderstood. Aneyang said, Because great-aunt knows some unspeakable secrets. Grandma, do you still remember when you and Grandpa were poisoned before? Old Madame Zheng understood the implication of Aneyang's words, but as you said, it could have also been caused by a reaction between food and medication. She couldn't believe that Zhang Lingling would poison her. Impossible. Zhang Lingling couldn't be that heartless. Over 30 years of mother-daughter affection wasn't fake. In this world, no mother would suspect her own daughter, even if that daughter wasn't her biological child. Grandma, I know you're a very kind person, but your kindness doesn't mean everyone is as kind as you, Anew continued. Some people must be guarded against. Don't you find it strange how you and Grandpa fell ill before? Dr. Jiang is a doctor. It would be too easy for her to do something without making a sound. Old Madame Zhang sighed and followed up, Yang, I know your aunt can be a bit selfish sometimes, but her nature isn't bad. She's just a bit greedy. She's just covetous of the Zhang family's wealth. Actually, when I suspected that your mother was Tingting, I had 2 paternity tests done, and one of them was swapped by your aunt. Although old Madame Zhang hadn't spelled it out, she was well aware. At this moment, old Madame Zhang never imagined that the daughter she viewed as only slightly greedy was the one who would plunge the Zhang family into irrecoverable ruin. Chapter 884. Cunning Yang_6. People die for money, birds die for food. Your aunt feared the Zhang family's estate would all be taken by your mother. I understood this, so I prepared my will early, splitting the Zhang family's estate evenly between your aunt and your mom. Though your aunt is not my biological child, I have never treated her differently. Anew looked up at Grandma Zhang. Grandma, you are a good mother, but she might not be a good daughter. With that, Anew continued, I even suspect that Aunt Suyu's hysteria might be related to them as well. Having said this much, Anew didn't want to keep hiding things from Grandma Zhang. Lest when the truth emerged, Grandma Zhang couldn't accept the reality. That won't be the case, Grandma Zhang shook her head. Yang, you're not a detective, you must be mistaken. Grandma, how about we make a bet? Anew proposed. A bet on what? Grandma Zhang asked. On whether Dr. Jiang and Aunt Suyu are the masterminds behind this. Anew said every word very seriously. Grandma Zhang smiled. Yang, you're really overthinking. I can vouch for my integrity that Dr. Jiang and your aunt aren't those kinds of people. Anew slightly curled her lips. Grandma, the day when everything becomes clear hasn't come yet. It's too early to say that now. Grandma Zhang looked at Anew. Yang, do you know how many years I've known Dr. Jiang? 35 years. Ever since she came back to Beijing across the Pacific Ocean with your aunt. I knew Dr. Jiang is a good person. And your aunt, I raised her myself. I know very well what kind of person she is. She could never do something so utterly heartless. For a full 35 years, Grandma Zhang couldn't believe that human nature could be so malicious. Nor could she believe that she had 2 wolves in sheep's clothing by her side. With that, Grandma Zhang continued, Yang, as you said, Dr. Jiang is a doctor. If she wanted to do something, it would be so easy. If she and Lingling truly wanted to harm me, your grandfather and I wouldn't be alive today. Anew knew that no amount of talking would be useful at this time. Only when ironclad evidence was presented would Grandma Zhang believe it. Grandma, it's getting late, you should rest early, Anew said. I didn't mean anything else by telling you this, just wanted you to be cautious around Dr. Jiang and Aunt Suyu. And also my aunt's husband, who seems straightforward and honest, yet he has an unknown side to him that people don't see. Otherwise, Sun Wu wouldn't have had such a good marital relationship with Zheng Lingling after so many years. All right, I've got it, Grandma Zhang nodded. Yang, I'll take your words to heart. Despite her precautions, Grandma Zhang still couldn't believe that Zheng Lingling and Dr. Jiang were capable of such deeds. Then I'm going to rest now. Aha! Grandma Zhang escorted Anew to the door. In the deep silence of the night, barely perceptible footsteps echoed through the hallway. Then, a shadow darted into Aunt Suyu's room. Who's there? Hearing noise, Aunt Suyu turned on the bedside lamp and sat up in bed, looking around warily. Aunt Suyu, it's me! Zheng Lingling approached from the side. Seeing who it was, Aunt Suyu shrank back into her bed. Zheng Lingling curled her lips upwards. It seems Aunt Jiang was right, you remembered. No, I haven't. Aunt Suyu shook her head. Zheng Lingling placed the glass bottle on the bedside table. If you want that child to be safe, you'll just have to obey. Let her go, Aunt Suyu looked up at Zheng Lingling. You'll suffer divine retribution for doing this. Zheng Lingling said with a smile. It seems you're unwilling to cooperate? Zheng Suyu suddenly fell silent. Zheng Lingling continued. Divide this into 3 doses and make Anew drink it. You still want to harm Yang? Zhang Suyu looked incredulously at Zhang Lingling. Zhang Lingling said, Aunt Suyu, rest assured, this is not poison. And I Yang will not be in mortal danger. If you're unwilling to cooperate, that poor child might not survive. Please, don't do this. Can't you not do this? Zhang Suyu knelt on the bed, constantly kowtowing to Zhang Lingling. Let her go. That child is too pitiful. I'm begging you. The doctor was right. What did being a talented woman of Beijing count for? She still ended up kneeling, fiercely trampled underfoot. Ni Yang's future would only be more miserable than Zhang Suyu's. Zhang Lingling stepped back and said, Aunt Suyu, you were once known as a talented woman in Beijing. I really can't accept such a grand gesture from you. With that, Zhang Lingling picked up the glass bottle from the table. Since you're unwilling to cooperate, I won't force you. After all, a twisted melon is not sweet. After speaking, Zhang Lingling turned and walked towards the door. She was gambling. Gambling on whether Zhang Suyu would let the child go. Wait! Zhang Suyu suddenly ran down from the bed and grabbed Zhang Lingling's sleeve. Zhang Lingling turned to look at Zhang Suyu. Aunt Suyu, do you have something else to say? I agree. Zhang Suyu stammered. I agree. I'll agree to anything. Zhang Lingling bent down to help Zhang Suyu up. Aunt Suyu, a wise man submits to circumstances. You should have agreed earlier. Don't worry, the child is living well now. No one will trouble her. Having dealt with Zhang Suyu, Zhang Lingling felt very refreshed, even still smiling as she left Zhang Suyu's room. When she reached the staircase, Zhang Lingling encountered Ni Yang. Yang, what are you doing downstairs so late? Zhang Lingling narrowed her eyes. Knowing Ni Yang was not as simple as she seemed, Zhang Lingling now dared not underestimate her. Ni Yang's face was full of harmless smiles, highlighted by slight dimples. I went downstairs to get some water. Dinner was too salty tonight. Auntie, are you also going downstairs for water? Zhang Lingling nodded. Yes, I'm also going downstairs for water. It's getting late. You should rest after you drink. Ni Yang turned and glanced at Zhang Lingling's back, the curve of her lips becoming more pronounced. It seemed, Zhang Lingling was not as smart as she thought. But that doctor, who knew how many times craftier he was than Zhang Lingling. Now the urgent task was to find that child quickly. Thankfully Ni Yang and Xiaozhou from the detective agency were particularly familiar. Otherwise, this matter could really be tricky. As soon as Zhang Lingling returned to her room, Sun Wu asked impatiently, How did it go, Lingling? Is everything settled? Chapter 885. Those Unknown Past Events. Zhang Lingling nodded. When did I ever fail to handle something properly? Sun Wu's suspended heart finally settled. That's good. With Ni Yang dead, nobody else could pose a threat. Ni Tsuehua wasn't even 1/10 as capable as Ni Yang. In time, the Zheng family would still belong to the three of them. Sitting at her dressing table and starting to apply cream to her face, Zhang Lingling expressed her concern. Do you think Ni Yang will find out about this? Sun Wu replied, No way. Didn't Aunt Jiang say that stuff is colorless and odorless? Ni Yang is no deity. How could she possibly discover it? On the other side, Zhang Suyu sat on the bed, sobbing silently. She held the glass bottle tightly in her hand, her knuckles already turning white. She didn't know what to do. Would she really have to go through with poisoning Ni Yang? The next day, Ni Yang made a trip to the detective agency. Xiaozhou and Ni Yang were old friends by now. Seeing Ni Yang arrive, Xiaozhou pulled her over and said, Yang, come quick and see what's wrong with my phonograph. Why has it stopped working again? Ever since Ni Yang had fixed Xiaoza's phonograph the last time, she had become an omnipotent figure in Xiaoza's eyes. Ni Yang took the black record, fitted it onto the phonograph, bent down and fiddled with it for a while, and then a sweet and pleasant voice poured out from the machine. How sweet, your smile so very sweet, as if flowers blooming in the spring breeze. This song was sung by Ms. Deng, popular not just in that era, but in future generations as well. Hearing this song, Ni Yang inexplicably cheered up and began to hum along. Xiaozhou said excitedly, Yang, you're really incredible. You got it to work. Ni Yang clapped her hands, her face full of smug pride. Otherwise, why would everyone on the street call me Brother Yang? Brother Yang, Xiaozhou clicked his tongue and laughed. I must say, the nickname suits you well. I'm going to start calling you Brother Yang. Xiaozhou liked Anew a lot, but not in a romantic way. He and Anew were like brothers. Anew often gave him a sense of being an elder. Also, Anew was straightforward and didn't put on airs. Being with her, there was no need to worry about being plotted against, nor any backstabbing. She was quite different from other women. Smiling, Anew said, "I've come here because I need your help with something." Xiaozhou changed the record. "I knew it. Brother Yang never comes without a reason. Out with it, what do you need this time?" Anew said, "I'd like you to help me look into my great-aunt." Xiaozhou was startled, taking a moment to process. "Your great-aunt, who's that?" As he spoke, it seemed like he remembered something and then said, "I recall your mother is the daughter from the Zheng family who went missing for many years, right? So by that account, your great-aunt would be the celebrated Beijing beauty from 30 years ago?" Wang Suyu had made a strong impression in Beijing back in the day. Even now, quite a few people still remembered Zhang Suyu. "Right," Anew nodded. "My great-aunt is Zhang Suyu." Xiaozhou said, "Your great-aunt used to be a great talent. My dad was particularly fond of her. So, what about your great-aunt do you want to look into?" Anew said, "I want you to help me investigate my great-aunt's past. I want to know what exactly she went through these past 30 years. Upon hearing this, Xiaozhou continued, "I've heard that your great-aunt's mental health hasn't been very good for some years, right?" Zhang Suyu was indeed a person of influence before, so the Zheng family concealed her mental health issues, claiming she had gone abroad. Thus, aside from those close to the Zheng family, not many people knew of Zhang Suyu's recent state. Anew didn't conceal the truth. There were indeed some issues before, but she's all right now. "It's truly a case of envy of the talented. Your great-aunt used to be a legendary figure," Xiaozhou observed. Then he continued, "By the way, Yang, why are you looking into your great-aunt?" Anew trusted Xiaoza's character and started to tell him about the affairs of the Zheng family. Moreover, since Xiaozhou was a detective, the clearer he was about certain matters, the better positioned he would be to investigate. After listening, Xiaozhou shook his head in amazement. "Good Lord! Your family situation is way too complicated. I think you'd better get out of that house as soon as possible." Anew sighed. "It's simple for me to leave, but what about my grandparents?" "You've got a point," Xiaozhou slapped his chest. Yang, leave this matter to me. I guarantee I'll investigate it thoroughly for you." Chapter 886. Those Unknown Past Events. _2. "I trust you." Anew took out 2 stacks of cash from his bag. "What are you doing?" Xiaozhou said. "Down payment." Anew slightly raised his eyebrows. "I can't have you working for nothing." Even brothers settle accounts clearly. Anew, although having a good relationship with Xiaozhou, never thought of taking advantage of him. Xiaozhou chuckled. "You're reminding me of the first time we met." Back then when he first met Anew, his initial impression of her was of a very gentle beauty, but when it came to paying, she was as straightforward as a man. She paid the 300 yuan deposit without even frowning. Until now, Anew was still very generous. At that time, Xiaozhou could never have imagined that one day he would become good brothers with Anew. Anew looked up and thought for a moment. "Thinking about it, we've known each other for over 2 years, right?" Xiaozhou nodded and sighed. "Time really flies, more than 2 years have passed in the blink of an eye." "Yes," Anew also seemed somewhat nostalgic. "Time goes by too quickly." Xiaozhou then asked, "When do you plan on tying the knot with my brother?" At first, Xiaozhou wasn't optimistic about Aneyang's relationship with Mo Qishan. Unexpectedly, over the past 2 years, instead of fading, their affection had grown even stronger. Anew said, "Well, get it when it naturally happens, no rush for now. My brother will turn 30 after the new year." Xiaozhou was anxious for Mo Qishan. They're classmates from the same year. Many of them had already married and had children. "It's like you're not considering me as your brother," Anew patted Xiaoza's shoulder. "Don't worry, your brother and I isn't the kind of person who abandons a relationship." Xiaozhou scratched his head. "But," Anew looked at Xiaozhou, "no buts. I remember you're classmates with Mo Qishan, right? Instead of worrying about him, you should worry about yourself. Look at you, still single and without even a girlfriend, and you have the nerve to compare with Mo Qishan?" Xiaozhou. That hit a nerve. The melody of Little Town Story wafted through the air, and Anew continued, "Where did you buy this old-school phonograph?"
The sound quality is pretty good.
"From the second-hand market," Xiaozhou said. "If you like, I can keep an eye out for you." "Sounds good," Anew nodded. "These old record players are perfect for listening to operas." The times were changing, and what people currently revered were radios and televisions, and factories had long since stopped producing these old record players. It was hard to even find a place to buy them.
Listening to operas? Which ones?
Xiaozhou furrowed his brows slightly. Anew started counting on her fingers. Peking Opera, Yu Opera, Kungku Opera, and the Huangmei Opera from Huizhou, whatever you like.
Xiaozhou said speechlessly, "Who listens to operas these days? You're living like my mom."
The 1980s was a decade where television shows and movies soared in popularity. Only the older generation enjoyed the yaya of traditional opera. Anew said with a smile, "Different people have different hobbies. By the way, remember to take care of that matter for me. I have to go now." "No problem." Xiaozhou saw Anew out to the door.
"When do you think you'll have it figured out?" Anew continued to ask.
Xiaozhou thought for a moment and then continued. "As long as it happened in Xijiu City, there's nothing I can't find out. I should have some results in about 2 or 3 days. It's just that the overseas stuff is a bit troublesome."
Anew nodded. "Okay, I got it. Goodbye."
Seeing Anew still riding that old bicycle, Xiaozhou said, "Anew, you've made quite a bit of money. Why are you still riding this beat-up old bike?" "What beat-up old bike?" Anew said. "I bought this bike just 2 years ago. It's still new, okay?" Anew took good care of things. Her bicycle was almost as good as new. Xiaozhou continued, "I think only a small car is worthy of your status." Others might not know about Anew's current wealth, but Xiaozhou was well aware. Anew had many businesses under her, including a noodle restaurant, milk tea shop, skincare shop, and the prestigious restaurant Phoenix among others. She was the undisputed #1 amongst all women in Xijiu City, and even looking across the whole of China, it was difficult to find a woman on par with Anew. "Although the small car is good," Anew said, "it doesn't have the deep connection that I have with my little Phoenix." Chapter 887. Those Unknown Past Events.
_3.
From having nothing to having everything, this bicycle had witnessed Anew's growth, so she was reluctant to replace it.
Little Phoenix?
Xiaozhou was stunned for a moment. Anew patted the bicycle seat. "Yes, this is it." Only then did Xiaozhou realize that it was a Phoenix brand bicycle. After leaving the detective agency, Anew went to the bank, withdrew 30,000 yuan, and then rode to Jianghu village. The cement road in Jianghu village had been finished. Now cars and agricultural vehicles could drive directly into the village, and during rainy days, the villagers no longer had to worry about the muddied mud road. It had been a long time since she last visited Jianghu village, and coming here again, she felt an indescribable sense of closeness. As soon as she arrived at the entrance of the village, someone recognized Anew. "Yang is back." Anew quickly jumped off her bicycle. "Aunt Wang." Aunt Wang looked behind Anew. Yang, your parents and Yun didn't come back with you?" "No," Anew shook her head. "My grandma's place had some issues recently, my parents couldn't come back, and I'm here to settle accounts with everyone. I just happened to run into you. Could you please go back and tell everyone to come to my house to settle the accounts?" The raw materials for the ice skin jade skin were all selected from the aloe vera, roses, and portulaca grown by the villagers of Jianghu village, so Anew settled accounts with everyone every 6 months. Aunt Wang smiled and said, "Since you're all busy, don't rush back here, we're not waiting on the money." Anew felt a bit embarrassed. "We had originally agreed to settle on the 1st of July and the 1st of January, and it's already been over 10 days late. Aunt Wang, I'll head back first. Please have everyone bring their account books to my house." Aunt Wang nodded. Although Anew and Tsuehua had moved to the Zheng family, Chengui still lived here. Chengui was a diligent man. He not only kept his own yard spotlessly clean but also took great care of Yang's yard. Thus, Yang didn't need to clean up anything upon her return. After a while, there was some noise outside the door. Yang opened the courtyard gate, and it was Grandma Wu. "Grandma Wu, please come in." Yang, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Here are some red plums that aren't sour at all. Try them." I've also made a few meat biscuits for you. They're still warm. Grandma Wu's family used to be very poor, often unable to afford a full meal, but ever since Anew arrived in Jianghu village, their lives had gradually improved. Hearing that Anew had returned, Grandma Wu, without a second thought, picked the last few red plums from the tree and hurriedly made some meat biscuits, fearing that Anew would be hungry. The red plums were what Grandma Wu had reluctantly saved for her grandson who was studying away from home. Now that Anew was back, everything, including her own grandson, had to step aside. Thank you, Grandma Wu. Anew didn't bother to check if the plums were washed. She just picked one up and took a bite. Grandma Wu cheerfully said, You child, why be so formal with Grandma Wu? Are the plums sweet? Sweet. Very sweet. After a while, more and more people gathered in the small courtyard. Everyone was just like Grandma Wu, afraid that Anew might be hungry. One brought dough twists, another brought duck soup. When everyone had arrived, Anew began to settle the accounts. Uncle Lin, your family earned a total of 580 yuan for the first half of the year. See if that's correct. Anew handed Uncle Lin 580 yuan. Uncle Lin chuckled. No need to count, Yang, I trust you. Aunt Zhao, your family's is 526 yuan. Grandma Wu, your family's is 600 yuan. Holding the hefty stacks of cash, everyone was very happy. In the past, when they were still planting rice after paying their taxes, they could barely earn 100 yuan a year, but now they could make 5 to 600 yuan in just half a year, and of that 5 to 600 yuan, they only needed to pay about 10 yuan for taxes. How could they not be happy? Jianghu village had exactly 50 households. After distributing money to everyone, the 30,000 yuan Anew withdrew was left with just over 100 yuan. After finishing the accounts, Anew took a stroll through the factory at the back. Though she hadn't been in Jianghu village in these days, the factory had been still operating, having grown from a dozen people to now over 20. Once she confirmed everything was in order, Anew took some grain and oils and other daily necessities over to Grandma Liu's house. Chapter 888. Those Unknown Past Events. _4. Grandma Liu was old, bound by bound feet, and had no descendants. Even buying simple things was a struggle for her, so Anew would regularly deliver staples like grain and oil to her. Grandma Liu was often bored at home alone, but she became overjoyed when she saw Anew. She immediately brought out the best things she had at home to entertain her. Anew had dinner at Grandma Liu's before cycling back to the Zhang family's home. The day passed, and Zhang Suyu's spirits seemed to have lifted. The elderly Madame Zhang sat on the sofa, chatting with her. Zhang Lingling, Sun Wu, and Zhang Xianjing, a family of 3, occupied the opposite couch. Suyu, how about I go out with you tomorrow for a walk? Zhang Suyu shook her head. I don't want to go out. It wasn't that she didn't want to go out, but that she didn't dare to. Before Lingling had said anything, Suyu didn't dare to step outside. It's not good to always be cooped up at home, continued the elderly Madame Zhang. You've been sick for so many years. Aren't you curious about what the outside has become? Zhang Suyu lifted her cup and took a sip of tea, remaining silent. Her eyes, which were not yet muddled, were filled with sorrow. Zhang Lingling nudged Zhang Xianjing with her elbow. Zhang Xianjing immediately understood and said with a smile, Auntie, let my mother and me accompany you for a stroll tomorrow, shall we? Is that okay? Zhang Suyu looked up at Zhang Lingling. Zhang Lingling said, Aunt Suyu, it's rare for Xianjing to show such filial piety. Please indulge her this once. The elderly Madame Zhang added, Suyu, Xianjing is a particularly filial child. Knowing you had regained consciousness, she hurried back from school last night. Don't let her heartfelt effort go unnoticed. Auntie, where are you all planning to go for fun? Take me with you, please. Anew entered from outside. Zhang Lingling glanced subtly at Zhang Suyu. Zhang Suyu immediately said, I don't want to go out these days. When I feel like going out, I'll call you to join us. It's more lively with more people. Okay, Anew nodded. The elderly Madame Zhang looked at Anew, continuing, Yang, where have you been? You've come back so late. Anew said, I went back to the village for a bit. Hearing this, Zhang Xianjing cast a disdainful glance at Anew, filled with scorn. Rural folk will always be rural folk. Always talking about going back to the village.
Even if you dress her in a dragon robe, she doesn't look like a city person. The elderly Madame Zhang nodded. You've been out for quite a time. It's indeed time to check back. How is everything over there? All good? Yang responded with a smile. Don't worry, everything's fine. That's good to hear. Auntie Suyu, have an orange. Zhang Lingling peeled an orange and handed it to Zhang Suyu, passing her a meaningful glance. Zhang Suyu accepted the orange. Thank you, Lingling. Zhang Lingling's face was filled with a smile. Aunt Suyu, you were the person I admired the most when I was little. Why be so formal with me? I remember oranges were your favorite back then. It's kind of Lingling to remember your preferences, the elderly Madame Zhang said with a laugh. With the words Yang had spoken earlier, the elderly Madame Zhang paid special attention to Zhang Lingling that day. Upon her observation, she didn't find anything unusual about Lingling. She was even particularly kind to Zhang Suyu. Such a filial child ought not to be capable of doing such a thing. Yang must have been overthinking it. After eating half the orange, Zhang Suyu looked up at Yang. Yang, I suddenly feel a bit unwell. Can you accompany me upstairs to check? As soon as Zhang Suyu mentioned feeling unwell, the elderly Madame Zhang grew anxious. Suyu, where do you feel uncomfortable? Is it very painful? Zhang Suyu shook her head. It shouldn't be anything serious, just let Yang take a look. Yang nodded and put down her cup. Then, I'll accompany you to check. All right. Yang supported Zhang Suyu and they walked upstairs. Upon arriving in Zhang Suyu's room, Yang asked, Auntie, where do you feel uncomfortable? Zhang Suyu's complexion was pale, and her gaze somewhat elusive. I have a bit of a headache. Stretch out your hand, I'll take your pulse for you, Yang offered. Okay. Zhang Suyu hesitated and then extended her wrist. Yang placed her hand on Zhang Suyu's wrist, focusing as she felt for the pulse. It was clear. Zhang Suyu was feigning illness. But Yang didn't expose her and instead said, Auntie, it's normal to have some headache after a major illness. A good sleep should fix it. If it becomes unbearable though, I can also prescribe you some painkillers. Chapter 889. Those Unknown Past Events. _5. No need. Fearing that Yang might discover something, Zhang Suyu quickly withdrew her wrist. Yang continued. Granny, do you remember anything now? Nothing. Zhang Suyu shook her head. Yang said, Granny, since I have the ability to restore you to normal, I also have the ability to save that child. Don't you trust me? Zhang Suyu shook her head again. I don't understand what you're talking about. It wasn't a matter of mistrust. It was a fear to trust. How old was Yang? She was only 19. Who were Zhang Lingling and Dr. Jiang? Could a young girl like Yang really outwit Zhang Lingling and Dr. Jiang? Yang let out a soft sigh. Granny, do you think you'll regret your decision today in the future? Zhang Suyu didn't speak. There was a moment of silence, then Zhang Suyu continued. Yang, you must be thirsty, right? I'll go get you some water to drink. Thank you, Granny. Yang nodded. Since Zhang Suyu was unwilling to cooperate with her, then she would have to accommodate Zhang Suyu. Zhang Suyu went to the table to pour water, perhaps not even realizing herself that her hand was shaking the whole time. She didn't want it to be this way. But she had no choice. Zhang Lingling had said, it wasn't poison, and it wouldn't endanger Yang's life. Yang, drink this water. Zhang Suyu handed the glass to Yang. Yang took the glass. Thank you, Granny. As the words fell, she pretended she was about to drink the water. Zhang Suyu was startled and hurriedly said, Wait a moment. What's the matter, Granny? Yang looked up at Zhang Suyu. Zhang Suyu swallowed hard, her eyes and eyebrows filled with unease. She had never done anything to afflict her conscience in her life. Yet now. But if she didn't do it, that child wouldn't be saved. Zhang Suyu swallowed hard again and then said, It's nothing, I just wanted to remind you, the water is very hot, drink slowly. Yang took a sip and then said, It's not hot. Zhang Suyu watched as Yang drank the entire cup of water, wanting to stop her several times, but unable to open her mouth. After finishing the water, Yang yawned. It's so strange, why am I so sleepy tonight? Granny, I won't disturb you any longer. I'm going to rest. Okay.
Zhang Suyu stood up to see Yang out. After seeing Yang off, Zhang Suyu breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Xianjing and Zheng Lingling stood at the railing upstairs on the opposite building, watching Yang come out of Zhang Suyu's room, and curiously said, "Mom, do you think that crazy woman succeeded?" Zheng Lingling watched Yang, who kept yawning, and said, "She definitely succeeded. Your grandma Jiang said, after taking this medicine, the most obvious reaction is feeling sleepy and yawning." Zhang Xianjing's mouth curled into a smug arc. "This is perfect. No more having to see that wretched woman." Zheng Lingling patted Zhang Xianjing's hand. "I've always told you, rural bumpkins like Yang are only fit to carry your shoes." What was Yang? In front of Zhang Xianjing, Yang wasn't even worth as much as a mudball. Zhang Xianjing continued, "Mom, why didn't you just kill that little wench Yun as well? It's so annoying to see that little wench." Zhang Xianjing's detest for little Yun was no less than her detest for Yang. Every time she saw little Yun, she was reminded of her own childhood. Back then, the old Master Zhang wouldn't even spare her a glance. She thought it was because the old Master Zhang didn't like children. But now, the old Master Zhang couldn't wait to hold little Yun in the palm of his hand. What did this mean? Every time she saw this scene, Zhang Xianjing was consumed by jealousy. Zheng Lingling looked at Zhang Xianjing and said, "It's a pity your grandma Jiang has always praised you for being intelligent. How did you become so foolish this time? Yun is only 2 years old this year. What threat could she pose? Our biggest enemy right now is Yang. As long as we deal with Yang, are you afraid we can't handle that little wretch?" Zhang Xianjing said, "Anyway, dealing with one is dealing with two is also dealing. Might as well take care of them both at once." To take care of two at once, the target is too big, it would easily attract police attention. Zhang Lingling poked Zhang Xianjing's forehead. "You child, why don't you think about the consequences of your actions? You can't be so impulsive in the future." "I know." Zhang Xianjing nodded and then asked, "Mom, when will Yang die?" She couldn't wait to take care of Yang's body. Zhang Lingling replied, "Your grandma Jiang said, this substance requires 3 doses to be lethal. Today was the first time, there are still 2 more to go." Chapter 890. Those Unknown Past Events. _6. When will I have to wait until? Zhang Xianjing was getting impatient. "Don't rush," Zhang Lingling soothed. "Big things cannot be rushed." Zhang Xianjing narrowed her eyes and continued, "Once Yang dies, her things will all be mine. By the way, Mom, do you know how rich Yang is now?" "What do you mean?" Zhang Lingling turned to look at Zhang Xianjing. Zhang Xianjing continued, "You know about Ice Skin Jade Beauty, right?" Zhang Lingling nodded. "Now, who doesn't know about Ice Skin Jade Beauty?" Zhang Xianjing said, "Ice Skin Jade Beauty belongs to Yang." "Really?" Zhang Lingling exclaimed in surprise. "Really?" Zhang Xianjing continued, "I just found out about this a few days ago." A few days ago, Zhang Xianjing and her classmates went to Ice Skin Jade Beauty to shop and overheard Yang talking to employees. Only then did they discover that Ice Skin Jade Beauty was Yang's. At that moment, Zhang Xianjing was shocked. Why would Yang own Ice Skin Jade Beauty? Yang was just a country bumpkin. How could she have established Ice Skin Jade Beauty? It was obvious that Ice Skin Jade Beauty must be a property of the Zheng family. It must have been secretly given to Yang by Old Master Zhang and Old Madam Zhang. It was just too unfair. Zhang Lingling and Zhang Xianjing shared the same thought. Even if Yang was impressive, she was just a 19-year-old girl. How could she possibly have established Ice Skin Jade Beauty? If Yang were really that capable, she wouldn't care about the Zheng family's wealth. Ice Skin Jade Beauty must have been a gift from Old Master Zhang and Old Madam Zhang to Yang. These 2 old fools are just too biased. Who knows how many good things they secretly gave to Yang, and yet they put on a righteous front, claiming they are not biased. If this wasn't considered biased, then what would be? Zhang Lingling was furious. Zhang Xianjing comforted her. "Mom, don't be angry. After all, Yang won't live much longer. Whatever should be ours will still be ours." Zhang Lingling nodded. "That little bitch deserves to die." Weary from yawning, Yang returned to her room and immediately after closing the door, Her expression turned cold and sharp. Wang Suyu's reaction was beyond her expectations. It seemed that the child was very important to Zhang Suyu. While thinking about this, Yang picked up a gold needle and pricked it onto an acupoint on her wrist. Soon, beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Afterward, Yang took a bath with rose petals. Once she finished bathing, Yang sat at her desk to write a letter to Mo Qishan, who was far away. The writing paper at that time was very dull, so Yang sketched the light shadow of a plum tree with a fountain pen. The letter was brief but emotive. She filled 2 pages but felt she hadn't written anything substantial. The next day, for a change, Yang slept in. She normally woke up at 7 o'clock but did not get up until 8:30 that morning. After 9 o'clock, Yang came downstairs, yawning. Zhang Lingling asked with concern, Yang, why did you get up so late this morning? While yawning, Yang replied, I don't know what happened last night. I fell asleep as soon as I hit the bed, but I just couldn't get up this morning. It was very uncomfortable. Zhang Lingling followed up, Yang, do you want to go to the hospital and have it checked? Yang gestured with a wave of her hand. No need. I am a doctor myself. I know my own body. A sarcastic gleam appeared in Zhang Lingling's eyes upon hearing those words. Yang was indeed intelligent, but she was overly confident. She thought herself clever, unaware that over-cleverness could lead to mistakes. That night, Zhang Suyu, again complaining of feeling unwell, had Yang come to her room. This time, Zhang Suyu poured Yang a cup of clear tea. Yang, as usual, drank every last drop. Zhang Suyu looked at Yang, wanting to speak but eventually said very little. The next morning, Yang, who normally didn't wear makeup, sat in front of the vanity, dabbing and smearing. Soon after, Yang appeared in the dining room, her face pale. Old Master Zhang was startled. Yang, why do you look so terrible? Yang touched her face unconsciously. I probably haven't slept well these past few days. Don't worry about it, Grandpa. Cui Hua also noticed something off with Yang. Yang, do you want your master to check on you? No need, Yang said with a smile. I'm a doctor myself, Mom, Grandma. You don't have to worry. Shangguan Dehui put down his chopsticks. There's a saying, a doctor who treats himself has a fool for a patient. Yang, I think you should let your master take a look. It's really nothing, Yang waved her hands. Grandma Zhang said worriedly, Yang, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? If you don't want to visit your master, we can ask Dr. Jiang to come over and check on you. Looking at the room full of people concerned for Yang, Zhang Xianjing wished she could smash the vegetables in her bowl. She would let this despicable woman be pleased for a bit longer since she was soon to meet the king of hell. Yang helplessly said, Grandpa, Grandma, Dad, Mom, I'm really fine. You don't need to be so worried. After the meal, leaving the Zheng family, Yang took the letter she had written the night before and mailed it at the post office. Leaving the post office, Yang made a trip to the detective agency. Xiaozhou was extremely efficient. In just 3 days, he had thoroughly gathered the past of Zhang Suyu. Yang benefited greatly from this trip. Thank you so much. Xiaozhou raised his hand. If we're brothers, then don't mention it. But speaking of which, your grandmother really surprised me. I hadn't expected that she... Yang tucked the information into her bag and sighed. She's also a pitiable person. How come you look so pale? Xiaozhou just then noticed that something was off with Yang's face. Yang nonchalantly replied, It's a minor issue, I'll be fine in a few days. Leaving the detective agency, remembering Mo Qishan's request, Yang then went to see Master Du unusually. Master Du wasn't chanting in the Buddha hall today. When Yang arrived, Master Du was sitting in the study room, holding black and white pieces, playing against himself. Even more amazing was that the black and white pieces were evenly matched, unable to determine a winner. Yang didn't disturb him, but instead wandered around the study, planning to pick a book to read. While searching for a book, Yang unexpectedly discovered that Master Du had a habit of collecting newspapers. From 50 years ago to this morning's issue. And all of them were about murder cases. Yang wasn't interested in murder cases, but her eyes caught a line of text, and she pulled out that newspaper. Suzhou City Evening News. Yesterday morning, an unidentified infant girl's body was found on the riverbank near the ferry crossing. Chapter 891. She died. The newspaper date was from a summer 25 years ago. August 9th. At that time, newspapers were still black and white, because there was no PS mosaic technology, so one could clearly see the infant girl's features and clothes. The infant girl even wore 2 golden bracelets. From this, it could be deduced that the infant came from a wealthy family. Anew slightly furrowed her brows, folded up the newspaper and looked back at Du. Brother Du, may I borrow this newspaper for a moment? Du didn't directly answer Aneyang's request but said instead, come here for a moment. Anew walked over. Du looked down at the chess game which had reached a deadlock, his brow furrowed deeply. What do you think the black piece should do next? On the chessboard, the black and white pieces were equally matched, each not willing to concede a step, clearly having reached a mutually destructive scenario. Du was truly a mystical person, playing against himself and still managing to create such a situation. Anew leaned slightly forward, a strand of black hair slipping from beside her ear. Her pale fingertips picked up a sparkling translucent black piece, obsidian shining under the light, accentuating her already fair fingertips, at that moment resembling top-grade mutton fat jade, as she placed the piece in the center of the board. Just one move. The situation on the board shifted instantly, finding new hope when all seemed lost. A flash of surprise flickered in Du's eyes. Then he raised his hand and placed a white piece. What had been a hopeful situation reversed in an instant. Life was like chess, and chess mirrored life. Anew lightly curled her lips, casually picking up a black piece and gently tapping it onto the board. Click. The sound of the obsidian piece falling onto the jade chessboard was particularly pleasant. You've lost. Anew lightly lifted her gaze. Du sighed. Yes, I've lost. He had pondered over the game for a long time, thinking it unsolvable, yet Anew resolved it with merely 2 pieces. It was uncertain whether he was too foolish, or if Anew was too clever. This is what they call the observer sees clearer. By the way, may I borrow this newspaper for a few days? Anew lifted the newspaper in her hand. Du had asked what she needed it for, then slightly nodded. Take it. Thank you, Anew continued. Believing in Buddhism, chanting scriptures, raising birds, collecting newspapers. Brother Du, your hobbies are quite extensive. Overpraised, Du replied in a tone lacking emotion. As he spoke, Du continued. By the way, ever since that time your duo has almost come here every day. Really? Anew was somewhat surprised. She had thought that the experience had left a profound shadow in Duo's heart, and that Duo would never come here again. After all, even though Duo was a bird, it held grudges even better than humans. Du nodded. The weather's nice outside today, not too hot, and there's a breeze. Would you like to go out for a walk? When Anew arrived, she heard from the butler that Du hadn't left his house in several days. Du lifted his head and glanced outside. Then let's stroll in the garden. Anew tucked the newspaper into her bag. Sounds good. The 2 of them walked out one after the other. At this season, the garden was bursting with flowers, the gentle breeze carrying wafts of floral scent, making for a refreshing walk among the blooming flowers. After a round, Anew felt something was missing. Where's Sister Jiao? Usually, when she visited Deming Xian, Du Jiao would always be present. She might be in her room, Du suggested. At the same time, the assistant following Du quietly slipped away. Oh, Anew nodded slightly. Just then, a black shadow flew over from a distance. Yang. Anew looked up and smiled. Duo. Yang. Duo flew straight to Aneyang's shoulder, rubbing its small head against her chin. After throwing a small tantrum, Duo looked at Du. You little bastard. Anew gently tapped Duo's head. Duo, you can't be so rude. You little bastard. Anew slightly furrowed her brows. Son, if you continue being rude like this, Mum won't give you treats anymore. You little bastard. Anew slightly squinted her eyes, furiously glaring. Say it again. You little bastard. You're getting bold, Anew poked Duo's small head sternly. Try saying it again. You little bastard. Anew was infuriated. Du glanced sideways at Anew, a faint smile playing on his lips. It's just a bird, why bother stooping to its level? Anew, feeling somewhat embarrassed, said, It comes here every day, surely it isn't just a curse at you? I swear, I didn't teach it anything.
Chapter 892. She died. _2. Duo is, after all, her bird. It would be so embarrassing if Master Du thought, like a Mo Bai Chuan, that Shed used it to deliberately attract his attention. Liege is the most human-like and vindictive among birds, said Master Du. His expression indifferent, not taking the matter to heart at all. Hearing this, Anew breathed a sigh of relief. People really are different. Duo seemed to understand Master Du's words, glaring with a pair of shiny black eyes and fiercely said, "You little bastard!" "Shut up," Anew smacked Duo lightly. "You're not allowed to talk like that anymore." Duo flew onto Master Du's shoulder. "You little bastard." Master Du wasn't angry. Instead, he casually pinched a green caterpillar and handed it to Duo. Across an artificial lake. The butler, accompanied by a young man, was walking over. Seeing this scene, the young man exclaimed in surprise, Is that really Master Du feeding the bird?" At the moment the liege made its outrageous remarks, he thought Master Du would crush it. Unexpectedly, Master Du fed the liege a caterpillar with a gentle look in his eyes. It was hard to believe that this was the same Master Du, ruthless and unfeeling, who wouldn't even spare his own brothers. When had he ever shown such tenderness? It's just too unbelievable. Could it be that he was hallucinating? The butler nodded. "You're not seeing things." The young man went on to ask, "Who is that young lady?" "She is Mr. Peiji's girlfriend, Miss Ni," the butler answered. The young man nodded and asked uncertainly, "Butler, did the liege just call Master Du a little bastard?" The butler calmly nodded. "You heard correctly." The young man swallowed hard. "Whose bird is that, liege?" "Miss Nas," said the butler. The young man stealthily pinched the inside of his thigh. Ouch! It really hurt. He wasn't dreaming. The young man hurriedly stopped and said, "Butler Lin, I suddenly remembered I have some matters to deal with. I'll visit Master Du another day." After speaking, he left as though fleeing. He didn't dare to provoke Master Du at this time. Butler Lin watched the young man's retreating figure, shrugged helplessly. The sun was getting bigger and hotter. Standing under the shade of trees, Master Du played with the bird in the cage, while Anew sat at the stone table under the pavilion, eating sunflower seeds. A breeze blew over the artificial lake, causing the lotus flowers and leaves to sway left and right. The beautiful koi fish swam underneath the leaves. Squinting at the artificial lake, Aneyang's long lashes cast a light shadow on her eyelids. As if thinking of something, a faint smile played on her lips. Just then, Du Jiao came running from a distance. "Yang, Sister Jiao." Anew stood up and waved to Du Jiao. Du Jiao ran over and sat on the stone bench, gulping down the tea on the table. "Oh my God! It's so hot it could kill a person." Anew picked up a fan and fanned her. "Actually, today's temperature isn't that high, the highest being only 30 degrees. Because you ran over, Sister Jiao, you feel much hotter." Du Jiao said, 30 degrees isn't high? In our Shanghai, even the hottest days don't reach 30 degrees. In later years, due to exhaust pollution, global warming, and ice melting, there wasn't much temperature difference between Shanghai and Beijing, and summer would be like a furnace. But now it was the 1980s. The 1980s were a pure era, one with clear-cut seasons and no pollution. In the 1980s, summers in Shanghai weren't hot at all. The hottest days could be dealt with just a fan. It wasn't like in the future, where stepping out of air-conditioned rooms felt like losing half your life. Anew smiled and said, "I think it's all right. Sister Jiao, you haven't been to tropical regions yet. If you went there, you'd definitely question life." Du Jiao loved to travel, but she only visited developed countries and had never been to tropical regions. "I heard that summers in F continent are the hottest, especially in the Sahara Desert where temperatures can reach over 50 degrees. I don't know how people there survive," Du Jiao said, fanning herself with one hand while pouring tea with the other. "Anyway, I couldn't stand it." Then Du Jiao added, Yang, why did you come alone? Where's Peiji?" "Peiji?" Anew was momentarily stunned before she realized that Du Jiao was referring to Mo Qishan. "He went to F country," Anew said. Du Jiao sighed. "He really is a busy man, always flying around. Yang, how can you stand it?" Anew smiled and said, "Distance makes the heart grow fonder."
Chapter 893. She died. _3. Du Jiao nodded in agreement. Yeah, Yang, you're right. Distance creates beauty. Yang, you're incredible, spouting wisdom extemporaneously. Yang continued, I didn't come up with this saying, I heard it from someone else. The phrase, distance creates beauty, is popular in later generations and doesn't have a specific source. It's a famous proposition in aesthetics. Although she didn't have a specific source, Yang didn't want to claim the saying as her own. If she did, she wouldn't be any different from the Xianxia of the past. Du Jiao scratched her head. But I've never heard anyone else say it before. Yang added, out of sight, out of mind. Isn't that how the saying goes? I just happen to have a good memory and have kept it in mind till now. Du Jiao nodded. Whoever came up with that saying must be impressive. I think so too, Yang agreed. Du Jiao still felt hot and turned to look at the artificial lake filled with lotus flowers. She said, Yang, let's go down and pick some lotus seeds. They're really sweet right now. They could also cool off under the lotus leaves. The artificial lake was quite large but not very deep, with the deepest part just a little above the knees. Yang looked at the artificial lake and then at the several wild ducks under the lotus leaves. There are leeches in this mud, right? Yang wasn't afraid of snakes or mice, but she had a fear of sticky leeches and slugs. Back in Dam Village, she often went into the fields to plant rice and would always wear long rain boots or leg wraps soaked in salt water to repel the leeches, which hate salt. Now, just the thought of that scene made Yang's skin crawl. After hesitating, Yang said, I don't want to go down, Sister Jiao. I'll just watch you from here. Du Yi, who was nearby, raised an eyebrow slightly. I'm surprised there's something you're afraid of. To this day, Du Yi couldn't forget the sight of Yang swallowing a snake gall. Even thinking about it now made his stomach churn. Yang raised an eyebrow too. Everyone has their weaknesses. Du Jiao pointed at Du Yi. He doesn't have any weaknesses. Yang followed up. Then you should ask him if he dares to swallow a snake gall raw. Du Jiao incredulously said. You can swallow a snake gall raw? Yang nodded. Snake gallbladder is a precious thing. Sister Jiao, don't you want to go down to the lake? Go ahead. I'll wait here for you. Remember to pick lots of lotus seeds. Let's go together, Du Jiao said, tugging at Yang's arm. Don't worry. We're not going directly into the water. We'll go by boat. On hearing there was a boat, Yang reluctantly agreed. Du Jiao had the servants fetch someone who could row a boat. Then she stood at the bow and looked back at Du Yi. Third brother, do you want to come down with us? Du Yi shook his head. I'll pass on this excitement. Boring. Du Jiao rolled her eyes at Du Yi. Then she turned to Yang. Let's go, Yang. The lotus flowers in the lake weren't dense, and a small boat could just make its way through. The lotus leaves were tall, and after a while, the small boat disappeared into the endless green where the lotus leaves reached the sky. It was indeed not hot among the lotus leaves. Yang and Du Jiao not only picked many lotus flowers and pods but also spotted a nest of wild duck eggs, which they left untouched. Before long, the servants returned with a boat laden with their harvest. While picking lotus pods, Yang accidentally got her shoes wet. Thankfully, it was summer, so she took off her shoes, rolled up her trouser legs a bit below the knees, revealing a stretch of fair and lovely calves that stood out strikingly amid the green lotus leaves. She was now very glad she hadn't worn a cheongsam today. Otherwise, it would have been awkward. Seeing Yang taking off her shoes to wash her feet at the bow, Du Jiao also sat down and took off her shoes. Shielded by the lotus leaves and with the lake water cool and refreshing, it was extremely comfortable. Du Jiao sighed. This is so comfortable. Hey, race a lotus seed for you. Yang handed a peeled lotus seed to Du Jiao. Thank you, Du Jiao expressed her gratitude. The fresh lotus seeds were very sweet but not heavy, quite refreshing. So delicious. Yang nodded. Indeed they are. There's always a lot to talk about when two young girls get together. Although Du Jiao was already in her 30s this year, her spirit remained youthful. Feeling hot, Du Jiao had the servants row the boat around the lake several times before heading back. Before going ashore, Yang put on her shoes and let down her trouser legs. Chapter 894. She died. _4. She held a large bundle of lotus flowers and pods, standing at the bow of the boat, just like a lotus fairy stepping out of a painting. Gracefully poised. Once ashore, Anew and Du Jiaojiao sat together eating lotus seeds for a while before Anew proposed saying goodbye. Brother Du, Sister Jiaojiao, I have to leave now, Anew said, then turned to Grandpa Du. You should come out more when you're free. Getting more sunlight not only reduces the chance of catching a cold and boosts immunity, but also protects vascular health. Okay. Grandpa Du nodded. Duo, I'm heading back. Anew waved at Duo. Duo jumped onto the other shoulder of Grandpa Du, unwilling to leave. Duo. Anew called again. Duo still didn't want to leave. Grandpa Du laughed. You go ahead, it's missing the treats I have here. These days, Grandpa Du had provided countless treats for Duo. But Duo was a typical ungrateful wretch. Right after eating Grandpa Du's food, it would curse him as a little bastard. With Duo refusing to accompany her, Anew had to go back alone. Yang, wait a moment. Du Jiaojiao grabbed a handful of lotus flowers and pods and chased after Anew. What is it, Sister Jiaojiao? Anew turned around. Du Jiaojiao stuffed the lotus flowers and pods into Aneyang's hands. Take these. Thank you. What are you thanking me for? You picked them yourself. I'm just presenting Buddha with borrowed flowers, Du Jiaojiao smiled. Sister Jiaojiao, then I'll leave first. Anew shook the lotus flowers and pods in her hand. Okay, Du Jiaojiao waved to her. Watching Aneyang's retreating figure, Du Jiaojiao sighed. Ah, to be young is wonderful. Grandpa Du glanced at Du Jiaojiao. You are not old either. I'm already 36. Du Jiaojiao shot Grandpa Du a look. Then, Du Jiaojiao added, I feel something was off with Yang today. Did you see? Her face was quite pale, but thankfully, she seemed to be in good spirits. I didn't notice, Grandpa Du said whilst feeding a worm to Duo. Du Jiaojiao looked at Grandpa Du, then asked, What do you think about Yang? She's fine, Grandpa Du replied indifferently. And do you think she's pretty? Grandpa Du kept his expression neutral, nodding slightly. Du Jiaojiao narrowed her eyes. Do you have a crush on Anew? Grandpa Du fed another worm to Duo. Older sister, you are already 36 this year. Can't you stop making me feel like you're only 6? You're 6. Du Jiaojiao fluffed up like an angry rooster. Your whole family is 6. Grandpa Du laughed. That includes you too. Du Jiaojiao was momentarily speechless, then she said, I read a book today that said every person experiences emotions and youthful infatuations. With someone as outstanding as Yang, I really want to know what kind of fairy you would fall for. She was really curious about what kind of person Grandpa Du would marry in the future. It's regrettable, but you probably won't see it in this lifetime, Grandpa Du said calmly. Du Jiaojiao continued, Yang is so pretty. If I were a man, I would definitely like her without hesitation. Grandpa Du looked at Du Jiaojiao. Anew is Peiji's girlfriend. I advise you to drop that idea. A friend's wife should not be coveted. Du Jiaojiao shrugged. I'm speaking hypothetically. I'm not a man. If I were, I would certainly act decisively. Maybe in your next life, Grandpa Du looked at Du Jiaojiao, his expression serious yet gentle. You might have a chance then. Du Jiaojiao helplessly shook her head. It's so boring to talk with someone like you. I'm going back to my room now. After leaving Grandpa Du, Anew went to see Xiaozhou. Xiaozhou, surprised, took the newspaper and asked, Where did you find such an antique? This is a 25-year-old newspaper. Even Xiaozhou, being a detective, might not be able to find one. Anew said, I have a friend who likes collecting newspapers. Can you please help me check something? Sure, Xiaozhou nodded. No problem. When she returned to the Zhang family's home, it was already past 6 in the evening. Today being Monday, Anai Tsuehua and Shangguan Dehui were sitting in the living room with little Anai Yun, chatting with Zhang Suyu. 3 days had passed, and Zhang Suyu seemed to have improved quite a bit. Chapter 895. She died. _5. Moreover, she was very fond of little Anai Yun. She always held little Anai Yun in her arms. Little Yun, do you want to eat an orange? No. Little Anew shook her head. Aunt Granny, I want to eat candy, red strawberry candy.
Okay.
Xianxia smiled and said, Aunt Granny will peel it for you. Little Anew, like all children, was addicted to sugar, resulting in some bad teeth.
She was trying to quit sugar recently.
Just as Anew was about to stop her, Shangguan Dehui raised his hand to press down Aneihua's hand, whispering, Aunt Suyu loves children too, one little piece of candy won't hurt.
Later tonight, let her brush her teeth. Okay then.
Anew nodded her head. Seeing that her parents had no reaction, little Anew boldly said, Aunt Granny, I want one more candy.
Sure.
Xianxia said with a beaming smile, Our little Yun can have as much candy as she wants.
Aunt Granny, you are so nice.
Little Anew kissed Xianxia, then asked, Aunt Granny, will you take me to the street tomorrow to buy candied hawthorn, please? Just then, a soft voice rang out nearby. How about I make you a stir-fried bamboo shoots with shredded pork right now? Little Anew was startled and quickly said, Sister is back.
Sister, I was just joking with Aunt Granny.
I don't like candied hawthorn at all. They are spicy, not tasty.
Not tasty at all.
The person who spoke was indeed Anew, and although Anew usually liked little Anew very much, whenever little Anew made a mistake, Anew would not hesitate to scold her. Little Aneyun's favorite person was Anew, but also the person she feared the most.
Sister, hold me. Little Anew carefully tugged at Aneyang's sleeve.
Anew let out a soft chuckle then said, You're not allowed to eat candy in the future, otherwise you won't be able to keep your teeth.
Sister is feeling a bit unwell today, so I can't hold you.
Hearing Anew say she was unwell, a pleased look flashed in Zhang Lingling's eyes.
It was just a matter of today.
As long as Xianxia didn't mess up tonight, Anew was going to meet the king of hell. Upon this thought, Zhang Lingling picked up the tea from the table, took a small sip, and felt extremely satisfied. Concluding her words, Anew continued, But I brought you a gift, guess what it is?
It's candy.
Little Anew suddenly got excited.
I wish.
On hearing this, little Aneyun's smile immediately vanished from her face, as she pitifully said, Candy isn't tasty at all, it's spicy. Like a magician, Anew seemed to conjure a bunch of fresh lotus flowers and lotus pods from behind her.
Wow! So beautiful!
Little Anew immediately forgot all the unpleasantness, and took the lotus in both hands. So fragrant! Wang Xianjing was sitting on the sofa across from them. Watching the adorable little Anew, she found it difficult to control her emotions, feeling an urge to strangle her to death. This feeling was strange, as if every cell in her body was screaming, Strangle her! Strangle her! Apart from jealousy, it was a pure desire to strangle her. Once Anew was dead, she definitely planned to find a way to personally strangle the little wretch. Zhang Xianjing narrowed her eyes, and under the light, a sinister gleam reflected in the depths of her eyes. Xianxia looked at Aneyang's pale face and felt a wave of guilt rise within her.
She had let Anew down.
Xianxia tightly clutched the cushion on the sofa, her knuckles turning so white they were devoid of any color. Anew sat on the sofa peeling lotus seeds for little Anew. After a while, she handed the lotus pod to Anew and stood up. Mom, I'm going to go upstairs to sleep for a bit.
Call me when it's time to eat.
Anew looked at Anew. Yang, you look quite ill, are you sure you don't need to go to the hospital? No need, Anew smiled and said. If there's really a problem, I can just prescribe some medicine for myself to take.
Mom, don't worry.
Saying this, Anew headed upstairs. Xianxia watched Aneyang's retreating figure, the feeling of guilt in her eyes deepening. At dinner time, Anew called out several times before Anew came down from upstairs. Her complexion was even worse than before she went up, not only pale but also showing intense weariness, yawning repeatedly, as if she could never sleep well enough. Yang, you should go upstairs to rest, and I'll have someone bring up your meal, suggested old Master Zhang. Anew waved her hands. No need, Grandpa, I'm not that delicate. During the meal, Xianxia ate without tasting the food. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.